What? Wowie zowie. Are we here? Are we cozy? Are we ready for some Peppo comfies? My dudes, my hordies, welcome. The dragon is in comfy mode today, all right? We're gonna obviously talk about politics later, but man, I'm so ready to just relax for a minute. Everybody's on daylight savings time now, which always sucks. It's never a good time. Um, yeah. It's not my favorite. It's not anybody's favorite. Twitchy Witch says hiding from period cramps. Sorry to hear that. I am on birth control that will prevent me from having those. So yeah, that's me avoiding that entirely. Oh my gosh. My wife worked at 6 a.m. this morning, so we normally already are waking up at 5 to take her to work, but now we're basically getting up at 4 this morning. No. Oh man. No leftist camera? Yeah, we're doing fine today. I don't know why it was being so weird before, but figuring it out. Mine is supposed to do that. Does it work? I don't know. I think that my reproductive capability is just weak AF, and it just takes any opportunity to go completely away. What's up, Kodiak? I think that Kodiak posts that same message every time because it is a pre-made message. Because I don't know that Kodiak is able to type now very well. So instead of being like, here's a brand new message every time, it's like, oh, I'm gonna just click this button and post. No, it's cool. This is just what I've surmised based on the fact that Kodiak regularly pops in and posts the same message. But it's all good. Upping my dose of Spiro. What's up, Mersh? Hello. The crazy thing to me about daylight savings is that so many Americans can be like, this sucks and we hate it and we want it to change. And then also, scientifically, it is proven to be bad for people's health. There are more cardiovascular events in the week after daylight savings time switches over than there are at other times of the year. And yeah, just nothing there were conversations about changing it a couple years ago, but more car accidents, right? It's just bad all around. And here's what I propose, because people always say, oh, well, I can't deal with the sun setting at 5 p.m. during the winter. That's why I like daylight savings time. Okay, why don't we just switch to that on the wintertime all year? Like, so that people can have their sunshine in the evening in the winter. And then by the time you get to summertime, obviously it doesn't matter because you have a long day anyway. So I don't know. That's my opinion. What's up, Atreyu? Oh, nice. Atreyu says, I'm happy because I ordered one hoodie of yours as my Spawn Day gift. Happy Spawn Day, first of all. Second of all, thank you very much for buying merch. I'm going to get myself some pretty soon. I'm going to tweak the designs a little bit. And then I'm going to have my own hoodie and probably a mug. Because right now, whenever I drink coffee on the show, it's just a random whatever mug I have around. Hey, Baphomet. School children perform more poorly on tests just after daylight savings time. Adolescents and high school students in particular. That age of kid needs so much sleep. Isn't it like that teenagers need genuinely like 9 to 10 hours of sleep per night? And then it gradually reduces the older you get. But when you're a teenager, oh my God, you need so much sleep. And they just don't get very much at all. I'm tired and sick because I gorged myself on candy yesterday and this morning. It sounds like you goofed that on yourself, Baphomet. Um, Oh gosh, there's a whole conversation about hormones happening in the chat that I wasn't paying attention to. Instead of changing the time, just let people start work an hour earlier or later. Um, I I guess. I mean, the problem is that you still have the same problem where people are shifting sleep schedules twice a year, and like that's still physically bad for you. So my opinion is just like, yeah, the wintertime that everybody seems to justify the existence of daylight savings because of the whole winter thing. You know, I want my sunshine in the evening in the winter. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. If you want that, that's fine. Why don't we just make that the standard time all year and don't change it? What's the point at this time in history? It's dumb. Not my fault candy is yummy. True. I'm trying to do less sugar in my life. Although I think Sundays are going to be my cheat day where I'll eat sugar. And I also, a lot of the time, I eat before stream. And normally I'm not supposed to eat until after 2 p.m. because I'm doing the intermittent fasting thing where I just eat between 2 and 10 p.m. And yeah, so Sundays are kind of like my wiggle room day on any of my goals that I set. Did y'all see Walter Matheson's CPAC infiltration? He interviewed a drag queen named Miss Maga who was just spewing cognitive dissonance. I haven't watched that one. It did show up in my recommendations though, so I'll check it out later after I finally finish watching Dead Domain's CPAC infiltration video. I got started on that one and then I got distracted and I need to go back and watch the second half. Yeah, it seems really cringe though. I did see that specifically. Miss MAGA drag queen. I don't understand that. I feel like if I wanted to do a conservative drag queen, man, I just feel like I would be worried about going to CPAC because I would be worried about getting hate crimed, you know? One day our mornings will be at night um as we have to like adjust for the fact that it's too hot during the day because of global warming. Yeah. I know y'all really like Dead Domain. I noticed on the YouTube backend that you all watch a lot of Dead Domain's content, and they have also popped into the chat before to say hi. So we appreciate when the homies show up in the chat. Definitely want to shout out Dead Domain. Hello, Charlotte. Yeah, I stayed up a little bit later than I would normally stay up last night, and then also the daylight savings thing this morning. So I'm definitely real tired. I'm definitely not trying to push it too much. I'm not trying to exude more energy than I possess. You know what I mean? Ooh, femboy Jesus. Oh no. Oh gosh. So, how was everybody's week? How's your weekend been? Have you done any self care this week? Did you do anything fun? Was there any good news? Oh gosh, TikTok. I didn't even have it on my list to cover the potential upcoming TikTok ban, which I guess maybe I should put it on my list because it's not just a TikTok ban. It also brings a lot of other websites under the purview of more government control. So that's a little bit awkward. I'm just obsessively Baldur's Gate 3. Finally got with Asterion. Nice. Absolutely. Asterion is the one with the white hair. Is that it? I don't give a fuck, but feel free to talk about it. I mean, it's not really it's not really about whether you care about TikTok itself. It's about whether you care about the US government not having the power to crack down on platforms where people are politically aggregating, you know? They're using this excuse of, oh, it's associated with the Chinese Communist Party, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And the actual thing that if you just take 5 seconds to think about it, the problem is that, yeah, there's way more pro-Palestine content than pro-Israel content on TikTok. Pro-Palestine content is getting way more views. A lot of aggregated like political information. It's a very leftist platform. So if you ban TikTok under the guise of it being a foreign, basically you could imply that because it's a Chinese owned company and that so much content on there could be construed as anti-American because it's heavily critical of American, like the actions of the American government, you can very easily see how they could go, oh, this is a tool of the Chinese Communist Party to undermine US elections, like to undermine faith in the American democratic system, essentially. So those are kind of, I think those are the political reasons, but also whatever the wording is of the act is not going to just apply to TikTok. So maybe I should find a good article about that and make that my fourth item for today. Give us 4 news items to cover. Could be good. Isolationist conservatives want to make our internet access isolationist too, which kind of reminds me of a little country called China. If you take on TikTok like that as government, what about Facebook, Telegram, or Twitter? Right, it's going to be... it's never limited to the one thing. This is why it's so difficult to read law, is because they word things in a very specific way. So when you're reading and interpreting a law, you have to be aware that anytime you don't make something explicit, then whatever you've written that's kind of vague can be applied in ways that you did not intend. I had a class when I was like a junior that was it was a US Gov class. And one of the things that he did, that teacher, was each class got to basically write their own class rules. So you could have a rule in the classroom where you're allowed to have food. That was his official stance, was you as students are allowed to eat in the classroom if you all pass a rule. However, if you guys end up leaving food in the classroom, that doesn't work. Like, you need to cover all these loopholes. Like, you can bring food in the classroom if it's not disruptive and if you pick up your trash. And then he divided us into 2 groups, like the House and Senate, and we had to like send the rules back and forth until we agreed on what the class rules were going to be. But that taught me all about like the legal loophole, like bullshit system that they use, where they can say, oh, we don't want inappropriate content for the age group, like speaking to the don't say gay or don't say trans in schools rules. That's exactly the thing that they do. They say, we don't want vague thing that can be defined by whoever is adjudicating this. And it works. It's highly effective. The only red I want is Merlot. Oh, geez. Mersh says they'll go after everything eventually, just like the Nazis outlawed and confiscated shortwave radios during World War II. You couldn't have a radio that picked up foreign broadcasts because the German radio was lying and saying the Nazis were winning the war when the government actually knew they were losing. You gotta keep up that support. I also had to do that exercise in high school law class. It's highly effective for getting you to understand how you actually need to read and interpret the law. Because anytime it's not explicitly clear, this is the crime, this is the punishment. You know, these are the limits. Here's where the boundaries are. Here's what you're allowed to do. Here's what you're not. Here's where there are exceptions. Yeah, and they also do this thing about splitting up between different rules. Shelba points out that last year, Florida tried to make sexual abuse punishable by death in one bill, like basically saying, you know, juries should be able to suggest the death penalty for CSA. And then also was trying to pass another bill saying that trans people who used a bathroom with a child in there are committing sexual abuse against that child. Right, yeah. That's... So you can't give trans people the death penalty for using the bathroom, but you can call it CSA and then increase the punishments for CSA. It's really obvious what they're doing. It's not even... It's like deeply transparent. By the way, if you're here, if you're enjoying our cozy little meandering chat, we will be getting into our like segments in a bit. For now, you know, say hi in the chat and hit the like button. Like button. Mowgli, hello. Gonna watch Starship Troopers and make pizza later. Is that self-care? Yeah, I think watching a movie with some pizza is good self-care. I had pizza a couple days ago and it was yummy. My family likes to occasionally order an anchovy pizza. I think that we might do another one of those before too long. Pizza likes watching movies. Pizza loves watching movies. I did that thing again yesterday where I was like, oh, I'm just going to play video games today and chill and watch movies. And I ended up watching all 3 Captain America movies again. And then I started Avengers Age of Ultron. Because I feel like I've seen that Marvel movie less than most of the other ones. And it changes a lot about the story going forward past that point. So it just seems like I shouldn't treat it like it's completely not memorable. I've just been watching Marvel movies because it's popcorn. It's not going to challenge me at all. What? I just need some more really not very difficult material to watch. Yeah, it's just easy to rewatch MCU content because it's like, oh, whatever. I need to force Demon Mama to watch the MCU and we'll talk about it on a podcast. Invite me on your podcast. Gayfesh, I don't know if I've told you this before, but I feel like I need to write a video essay about elevators in in Captain America movies. But it's like also I think that it just seems like there's a lot of scenes in elevators and scenes talking about elevators in Captain America movies, all 3 of them. And I'm like, I really feel this need to like analyze it and try to figure out what the symbology of it is because it comes up a lot. And I know it's like there are elevators in other Marvel movies, even scenes that are important. But it's I don't know why. Like the symbology of the elevator in Captain America movies, I just feel like there's something there. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is invite me to talk about the MCU on your podcast. Anyway, Avengers Age of Ultron is a funny one because, yeah, I guess I could look, yeah, the Hail Hydra scene, because that's not in Captain America. Maybe I should look at elevators throughout the whole MCU. But it's, yeah, or maybe just Captain America scenes, because that's also a Captain America scene. Hulk stairs Loki scene had to do with the elevator. Yeah, Spider-Man has an elevator scene. Obviously, that's pretty pivotal. Like a really intense action scene involving an elevator. So, I've got thoughts. But yeah, Avengers Age of Ultron is also funny. In in that they have a lot of little moments thrown in right at the beginning of the movie. They're doing their intro action scene kind of thing, and Tony's like trying to get in into the place, and he's like, please be a secret door, please be a secret door, please be a secret door. And then he gets to the secret door and opens it, and then someone inserts a little like yay in the background. The little yay. K-Fesh, you know exactly what I mean. It's like, what the fuck, dude? It's so dumb. But very funny. Fargo? I've not seen Fargo. I posted a video on making 72-hour kits. What is a 72-hour kit? I've not heard this phrase before. Pizza sounds great right now. Pizza's delicious. I will say, if you're trying to change how much you're eating, you know, don't necessarily change the types of food that you eat, but just try to rein in your amounts of food. Because when I say I have a cheat day, when I say Sunday's my cheat day, I mean, first of all, that I'm not doing my strict intermittent fasting in the same way, and also that it's the day that I'm going to allow myself to have, like, sugary treats more. Try to limit that happening throughout the week. But, like, I ate pizza on, like, Thursday this week, or whatever day it was. So you can still eat carbs. It's okay. Just don't eat a lot of them. Age of Ultron also has some of my least favorite and most fart-smelling Whedon lines. I despise the line, "That long last is lasting a little long, boys." You know, Joss wrote that and went, hell, yeah, fuck yeah, I am a genius. I don't know. I feel like that fits into a characterization for Black Widow that I like. Like, obviously, it's definitely a fart-smelling line. But I like Black Widow. And I don't know. That is the Black Widow line, right? Post-disaster or bug-out bag. Oh, okay. 72-hour kit. That makes sense. I don't like that Whedon makes her the sarcastic mom of the group. Fair. Totally fair. I guess, like, how do we view... I'm sorry for going on a Marvel tangent. It's just popcorn. It's just easy to chit-chat about, and we'll get into the politics later. Hit the like button before you leave. But in one of the Captain America movies, she's, like, trying to get Cap to hook up with someone. She's, like, trying to get him on a date. And I guess that can come across a little bit paternalistic from her. Or I guess maternalistic in this context. But, I don't know. I like how the Russos handle Widow. Okay. Like, I'm assuming that that's the... I don't know who fucking directs which movies, but I'm assuming that that's the Civil War and all that. I don't watch any of the TV shows, guys, to be clear. I think that my partner and I would kind of like to watch WandaVision. The Russos directed Winter Soldier, Civil War, Infinity War, and Endgame. Yeah, I love Black Widow in her dynamic with Cap in Winter Soldier and Civil War. Absolutely. And then also, like, Infinity War and Endgame are ones that I repeat watch. I'll just watch those two together. I think genuinely Steve Rogers is my favorite Avenger. And that, like, I think he's my favorite Marvel character, period. And I think that Captain America First Avenger is my favorite Marvel movie. He's so good. He's, like, selfless. He has a moral compass that allows for, like, self-sacrifice in search of, like, in pursuit of a greater good. Like, he wants to serve others and protect others. And dude, one of my favorite lines, I think, in maybe the entirety of the MCU is when he's talking about not wanting to sign the Accords and the Sokovia Accords. And he's like, you know, I get it. You're trying to say this is the United Nations. It's a big deal, whatever. But the United Nations is composed of people who have agendas, and those agendas can change. And I don't want to be subservient to that. And I'm like, I'm sitting here in the present day where the one vote from the United States at the United Nations meeting canceled out every single other country voting in favor of a ceasefire in Gaza. So I completely agree with Captain America. He's right about everything every time. Like, unfailingly, he's almost always right. Cap would be pro-trans rights. I think he would. I think he would be like, I kind of don't understand. But he would be cool with it. MCU Cap is an anarchist. And Cap, if you will. Cringe. I never thought of Captain America that way. Right, like, I guess I don't really think of him as an anarchist. Because he does still seem to... I don't know. I guess he doesn't really believe in the hierarchy of the military so much as he believes in the teamwork aspect of the military. Because he gets, like, annoyed with Nick Fury for not telling him when Black Widow had a different mission at the same time as Cap's mission. But, like, he doesn't always obey orders, so he doesn't obey, like, orders for the sake of orders. He's definitely not lawful anything. Like, I don't think Captain America is lawful good or lawful neutral. Not at all. Yeah, he's kind of a chaotic good. I mean, I guess that's sort of, if you were to look at an alignment chart like that, like, you know, it, like, lawful, chaotic, neutral, I do think that Cap falls under that. I have care for the ultimate good, but I will absolutely destroy an entire wing of the government, basically. Like, I will bring down an entire government organization if it means doing the right thing. So, yeah, I love him. He's my favorite boy. He's the best boy. The X-Men are deaf a trans innuendo. I think that originally the X-Men are written to be a very typical racial civil rights statement based on when the X-Men comics started. But it's very clear that you can take those same ideas and transpose them and talk about gay rights and talk about trans rights. And I really respect the choice of... I don't actually know if Sir... Yeah, no, he was out by then, because I know that Sir Ian McKellen wasn't always out as gay when in his acting career. But I love casting Sir Ian McKellen as Magneto because it so very easily fits a gay allegory. I think of chaotic good as someone like Robin Hood more than Cap, but I get it because for him the good comes before the lawful. Yeah. The second movie when the mom asks her kid, have you tried not being a mutant? True. Shellbell, thank you so much. Hey, $10 dono. Just a little wealth redistribution up in here. Mass appreciation. Thank you so much. Number go up. Brr. Oh, that's not the right tab. I need to go to this tab. A different tab. Oh, look at that. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Also, if I'm a little bit low energy today, I'm having some, like, pain when I'm breathing. So I'm kind of trying to, like, keep it chill. Is Cap your favorite comic book character in general? I don't know. I don't really read comics. I'm sure that my partner could refer me to some specific comic runs that I should read if I wanted to become more familiar with certain characters. Cap is probably my favorite superhero, though. Are we going to discuss the State of the Union today? I didn't really plan on it. I haven't watched it yet, and I don't know what he said. If there weren't any major moments of him clearly not being all there, then I don't actually know if it's really worth it to me to go over it. But I don't know. What does everybody think? Did anybody watch this SoDo? Is there anything in there that's particularly noteworthy that we should cover? Spider-Man all day, every day, every iteration. I respect it. He's not my favorite, for sure. I like him. Especially Tom Holland's, but yeah. Biden had a few minor flubs, but TBH, he was on fire. I hate him so much. Biden did say he has trans people's back, which was nice. Yeah, I mean, it's been more than a year since the last time he said anything about us, and they haven't actually done anything concretely. Like, I guess, I don't know. I guess I don't know what he could sponsor legislation supporting trans rights, but I guess there's no point to doing that right now because mostly they're just going to stand in opposition to the antis and then not actually try to. I don't know. It's fucking annoying. We did talk about the scam of daylight savings. We talked about it really early in the stream. The I've got your back bit was such an afterthought. Yeah. The Soju felt fiery, but nothing new. It's just a bunch of empty goddamn campaign promises. It's the State of the Union address. It's so fucking annoying. The State of the Union address is ostensibly supposed to be what it is, like an annual check-in. Here's how things are going. Here's what my agenda is for the next year. And then, but like in this context, in an election year, so too is just part of the campaign. So when Kamala Harris is like, oh, we want an immediate ceasefire. We want an immediate 6-week ceasefire. Oh, you mean just long enough to get past like most of the primaries? You want to demand a ceasefire for just long enough for you all to get your primaries finished? Like, this is stupid, and it's so I'm really just deeply annoyed by it. I'm gonna get in a really bad mood if I keep talking about it right this second. The only thing I've ever heard from Biden on trans people is this vacuous, I've got your back. Give me something more concrete. Give me trans girls belong in sports. Give me trans women belong in sports. Give me trans kids deserve access to health care. Do you think people should vote for Biden despite the genocide because of how much trans rights could be harmed under Trump? So my official opinion, I've said this before, hit the like button, by the way, if you haven't already. Babes, I want to get to 50 likes. That would be amazing. As opposed to voting for some third party or not voting. Okay, so here's my official opinion. And it depends on where you live. Okay, so what I think you should do with your vote depends on where you live. If you live in a red state that always goes red and it's never even had a chance of going purple, I don't care what you do. I personally live in a red state where my vote doesn't matter at all if I'm voting for president. I'm still going to go vote, and I'm going to vote for everybody locally. I'm going to vote in Kansas, like I'm going to vote for those local elections. When it comes to voting for the president, I am probably going to vote uncommitted, or like I'll write in ranked choice, or I'll write in Free Palestine or something. Like, I'm going to do a protest vote this year because my vote in Kansas doesn't matter as a Democrat. However, I think if you live in a swing state or if you live in a blue state, that you should vote for Biden, because we are going to have a harder time fighting against Trump than we will fighting against Biden. Like, either way, we're voting for the person we're going to be opposing for the next 4 years. And it's going to be easier to oppose one than the other. And that's the only consideration I have. I'm not even going to say, oh, this is going to protect trans rights, because it's not protecting trans rights. We have a Democratic president right now, and all over this country, trans people are losing access to bathroom privileges. They're losing their health care. States are just declaring that trans care isn't really health care, and so it's no longer covered by Medicaid. Just a whole lot of bad stuff is happening under a Democratic president already that we can't reasonably say a vote for Biden will protect trans people, right? But we can say that it's going to be a lot harder to protect trans people under a Trump presidency. So that's it. Like, that's my official opinion If you live in a red state that always goes red and has never had a chance of going purple, I don't care what you do. Otherwise, you really should vote for Biden. Biden is a kind of grandpa that isn't weird at all about you being trans, but still dead names you. I, I, I don't know. I think that a lot of Democrats are pretty indifferent to the existence of trans people. They will literally throw it out there as just a weak little side statement. Oh, I've got your back. Trans rights. Put a little fist up for trans rights. It's just goop to me. It's just goop. Shellbell says, I would literally settle for, you are valid and my administration will fight to defend your rights from those in this room who are trying to take them away. Yeah, like you could say anything more strong than just a vague, I got your back. Like, what else? What else are you going to do? Something earlier made me think, oh, I should add a fourth. Oh, it's the internet thing, the TikTok thing. Okay, I should see if I can find an article about that. The TikTok ban. Okay. I think that we'll go ahead and do 4 topics today. So we'll do TikTok ban and its broader implications for the internet. We will do, I'm not going to do this one, Moms for Liberty, some 53-year-old member of Moms for Liberty. Oh, she's the chair of Moms for Liberty. She lied to a doctor about having gender dysphoria and then kept that going for many months and then eventually got a gender dysphoria diagnosis and they offered her medical care. Surprise, when you lie about what your problem is, then yeah, like how are the doctors supposed to know? But yeah. Then there's a proposed bill in Missouri that would make teachers register as sex offenders if they were found to be supporting trans students in their social transition process. And then there was some WPATH Files leak, which editorializes a bunch of stuff from a WPATH forum. And it discusses how, when the rates of detransition are so low, when the rates of regret are so low, they're jumping to, oh, this is suspicious. It's suspicious how allegedly happy these trans people are. So those are like the 4 main topics that we're going to talk about today when we get into our topic time. But please hit the like button, especially if you're just coming in. Even if you're about to leave, you can still drop a like and help the show. It's super, super good. It's immediately helpful. Don't forget to drink your coffee too, babes. Avi, I think it was that she was actually... This Moms for Liberty person is lying about the feelings of gender dysphoria because she wants to expose and prove how easy it is to get this care and that they just want to fast track you. So it's not like she genuinely is pretending to have gender dysphoria. She was just lying in order to try to expose the process. Liked earlier today, and I was number 3. Listen, that's pretty special. Ooh. Remember when The Witcher came out and everybody was like, toss a coin to your streamer? That was really annoying. Oh no. True, it's like if you go for an eye exam and pretend to not be able to read anything, they will just give you glasses. Why would healthcare be difficult? Yeah, I just always comes back to that premise in Abigail's video on PhilosophyTube of like, why are we letting cisgender people set the bar for what it means to be trans, and then we're letting cisgender people decide who's actually trans. Like, it just leads to a system where people are going to lie in order to get the healthcare that they want. And, it's arbitrary and it has nothing to do. Like, what trans person out there was like, we really need to ask people how they masturbate in order to decide if they're really trans? Like, are you fucking for real? That is insane. But that's the norm over there in the UK. But what if people lie is always going to be the refrain of anyone restricting rights? Yeah, like, I don't care. You're right, though, because it's the same deal with the welfare queen. The idea is that people who otherwise are totally able to work are lying and claiming to be unable to, essentially, in order to get benefits and be lazy. Like, what if people are disingenuous is definitely a repeated refrain at this time. I will say, thanks to all of you hanging out in the streams, watching the videos, hitting like, sharing the content. The channel is doing banging right now. I was stuck for a really long time. The channel was stuck at 30,000 subscribers. We would gain 100 and then lose 100 and then gain 100 and then lose 200. And it was really just, I was stuck there for like over a year, like 2 years, I think. And finally, the channel is starting to grow. We're getting more subscribers, and the watch time is going up quite a bit. So everything's starting to kind of pay off a little bit. We're getting more people in the community, which is awesome. Discovered you a few weeks ago by seeing you on the line. Nice! It is fun to go on the line. I always enjoy talking with Arden. You're my fave to watch every week, maybe tied with Takis. Well, that means when Luxander is on Takis, it has to be a double, triple, especially good time. Things are going well. Things are going pretty good. The more people we get in, the more things grow, and the more things grow, the more people we get in. And it becomes kind of almost exponential at a certain point. So thank goodness. I've just hit like 32,000 subscribers. And Social Blade says that in 1 year and 8 months, I'll be at 40,000. Looking forward to that. No money till payday. I was a little rash with my donos last week. Listen, I appreciate you spreading the love even if it's not to me. Support your local... I guess I'm a freelance entertainer. That's kind of what I am. Freelance entertainer. Who, if you get to my donation goal each stream, will show off my flexing muscles. You can't see. They're censored, but flexing. Censored flexing. Can't look at it. Thank you, Kitty. I appreciate you. This blanket looks so damn comfy. My blanket is so damn comfy. It was a Christmas present a few years ago from my sister-in-law, who really, really nailed it. And it's so warm and fuzzy. I'm always cold in the winter. So, this is a fun thing to do. Oh gosh. There's so much news. Thank you, Atreyu. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I do. I get a little bit of money back from people buying the hoodies. It is an option to tip additionally, and I really appreciate it. Y'all are the best. I was about to say something, and I got distracted. I don't know what it was. I did not take Ritalin this morning, so the struggle is kind of real. If you have an accent and you don't know what it is, you're Midwestern. Ooh, this is a fun fact. Y'all know Alec Gunter? We've responded to some of his content before. He's a friend of the show, and he posted recently that there's a website for like voice actors to post, like, people post their projects there. They say, hey, I need a voice actor, or I need an editor, or I need an artist. And then you can create a user profile as a voice actor, or as an editor, or as an artist, or as a music mixer. And like, it's a way to get people to freelance projects. So I set mine up to do voice acting. So I'm thinking about starting to submit some applications this week, like submit some auditions, I guess is what they're called. Alex's videos are showing up for me, but I haven't subscribed. He's a chill dude. He's a cis guy. He's a nurse, I think, and he's super pro-trans, and he's willing to call bullshit out and like show up to these meetings, meetings about anti-trans bills passing. He lives in Ohio, so I feel like he has a uniquely influential sort of position, I guess, because Ohio is an area where things are contentious and they could go red or blue. And things are still pretty tight there. Like me, as someone in Kansas, sure, I can go protest things, but if I show up and do direct action, it's not going to make any functional difference. It's not going to change anyone's mind on anything, at least not enough people to prevent the laws from passing. So I just think that he's more effective in some of those ways than I am. Like, to have like a big, huge, beefy man with a beard, like wearing a shirt that says like, if you have a problem with this flag, get out, and it's a trans flag. Ooga booga. Welcome, Transivity. Welcome back. Yeah, Alec is a true real one. Like, he's a good person. I like him. So, we appreciate the allies. Shout out to Alec Gunter. I'm going to be doing an interview with him. Do you guys remember that trans woman who was trying to run for a local office in Ohio, and she was barred from being on the ballot because of her having changed her name in the last 5 years, and she didn't report it on the thing? We are going to be interviewing her. Her name is Vanessa, and Alec and I are going to be having a call with her, like an interview, where we discuss what the experience was like for her, what she's trying to do moving forward. So, yeah, doing, I guess, a little collab with Alec coming up soon. He's a good egg. He's a good egg who is almost certainly not an egg. His partner is non-binary. I think his sister is a trans girl as well. So, yep, he's good, folks. I know. I was joking. A good non-egg, true. So, I'm looking forward to doing some more collab work, talking to people. I am really, really bad at coming up with ideas for like stuff to do with folks. So, yeah, when someone else comes up with a collaboration idea, that makes it better. I'm like, I want to do collabs, but I'm terrible at coming up with topics. What do I talk to this person about? You bad bitch. Geg. Hello, Max. Geg. Blurg. Okay, what am I doing now? I'm gonna drink water. Hail hydrate, babes. Interesting. Is this Columbia University? Dude, okay, hold on. You all remember that we just covered not too long ago, Columbia University. There was a pro-Palestinian protest being hosted there on campus. Very typical stuff. And then a student, or maybe even a couple of students who previously had served in the Israeli military. Americans can go serve in the Israeli military and then come back. They used some kind of, basically that skunk spray chemical stuff on these protesters. So pro-Israel ex-soldiers on U.S. soil attacked pro-Palestinian American protesters on American soil at Columbia University not too long ago. And so now I'm reading, and there's a soundbite, so we might listen to that. Columbia Senior Executive Vice President Gary Rosberg, who signed off on suspending Columbia's Jewish Voice for Peace and Students for Justice in Palestine groups. That's two different groups, Jewish Voice for Peace and Students for Justice in Palestine. He suspended those groups. And now he is expressing concern on, quote, all the talk about genocide, all the talk about apartheid state and racist state from students. I didn't realize that these actions were continuing. Not only was there an attack on American students by ex-Israeli military soldiers, who I guess were also American, at Columbia University, but also now the university vice president, the senior executive vice president, has now signed off on suspending a Jewish group and a Justice for Students for Justice in Palestine group. Like, these groups that are meant to be just against genocide generally, they have now been suspended. Those groups cannot convene right now. Oh, I'm sure, yeah, the soldiers had a right to defend themselves. I feel more equipped than I ever have before to have a conversation with someone about what's going on over there, because people keep saying things like, do you think Israel has a right to defend itself? Or maybe that's just a classic BoJack Horseman line, but I just want to retort with, does Palestine have a right to defend itself? Because it was there first. Like, I don't know what you want from me on here. People do say that still. Okay, cool. I don't really understand the anti-Palestine sentiment from everywhere. I guess it comes down to being anti-Muslim sentiment, right? Because that's the whole thing, is that Israel is a state for Jewish people to be, and Palestine is a place where previously Muslims were. Otherwise, if Palestine was like a primarily Christian or even primarily Jewish state, then why would there have needed to be a separate thing for Israel? Doesn't make sense. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I burped. But yeah, it's just really dumb. And yeah, colleges are supposed to encourage free speech, open dialogue, learning about world events, getting involved, doing acts of service for other people. And yet we have students attacking each other with skunk spray, which is really, really awful. So I guess let's listen to what Columbia Vice President has to say in this leaked conversation. I'm going to get the volumes right first. Hold on. No.
All the talk about apartheid state and racist state.
Okay.
Manouche, I think when these protests go on, there is a lot of the rhetoric in the protests that is extremely.
To be clear, he is currently talking about pro-Palestine protests on campus and his concern over the rhetoric that they are using. Extremely what? It's extremely what?
Extremely upsetting.
It's extremely upsetting
to many of our students.
But what are examples of that?
So I think all the talk about genocide, all the talk about apartheid state and racist state. Manouche, Shafiq, you're supporting genocide. I think if you're saying that, you don't think, why would anybody be upset about that? But
I like really genuinely being more concerned about the fact that people are calling a genocide as opposed to considering how upset people are that the genocide is happening. You know what I mean? Like being more concerned with how upsetting the language is, the language that's being used to describe what's happening over there. Oh my God, it's so extreme and upsetting, the language that you're using. Like, are you kidding? Are you kidding? You think that the things that are happening over there aren't upsetting? Like, genuinely, do you think that the words we use to describe what's happening are more upsetting than the horrific things that are happening? Like, I almost kind of like hate these downer retort posts that get made, but it's true that on International Women's Day last week, there were women in Gaza delivering their babies by C-section with no anesthesia. Happy International Women's Day, everybody. Jesus. Okay, anyway.
I think I could imagine that somebody listening to that an Israeli student being told that their state is an apartheid state, a racist state committing genocide, seems to them like an incitement of violence against them. I think when these...
That's so dumb. It's so dumb, especially when he, like, I'm pretty sure that's the same guy, Gary Rosberg, who, again, signed off on suspending the group Jewish Voice for Peace. That's a group, that's a campus group, Jewish Voice for Peace. That is a group of Jewish students who want there to be peace in the Middle East. And he's saying, oh, Israeli students might feel upset. Like, first of all, how many students do you have on your campus who literally are Israeli? Not very many, I would imagine. And then, but you're just, you know, are Israeli voices the only Jewish voices that matter on this? What about American Jews? What about Jews from Germany? What about Jewish people from literally anywhere else? Are you saying that, like, the feelings of Israelis, I mean, they are literally saying that the feelings of Israelis are more important than the actual death and harm? Like, you know, what about the feelings of Palestinian Americans who've lost entire wings of their family now? Just entire families gone. And Israel is in charge of keeping track of the documentation, tracking like citizenry and population. And so if they aren't keeping records, which they aren't necessarily, like, entire records of your family don't exist. How can you prove that your family owned this land if they don't have any paperwork? And, like, how can you prove that they owned this house when the street is now a pile of rubble that's being gradually flattened? Anyway, the whole concept here is the same as any other time when a dominant group is being challenged for the horrible things that they're doing. Israel is the dominant group in this situation. It's the reason why when Palestinians say things like, oh, these Jewish people, blah, 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 it's not the same. It's not anti-Semitic, because for them, the Jews are equivalent to white people, as in, like, America, black people are heavily suppressed and white people are in charge of that oppression. So, like, in this situation, Israel is in charge. They're the dominant force. They're the ones doing all these horrible atrocities. And then when they are called out for doing those atrocities, it's literally, this is a literally, but my feelings are hurt. Like, it's that dynamic that an abuser will catch you in, where you start to call them out on all their harmful behavior. And they're like, I can't believe that you would do this to me. You're making me feel so horrible. I can't believe you would accuse me of gaslighting you or whatever. Like, it's a 10 out of 10 manipulation tactic. It's amazing. Whew. What do you mean, Erica? I'm not sure what you're referring to over there in the YouTube chat. Yeah, liberal Zionist banning the free speech and assembly rights of American Jews. I guess that's fair enough, Trip. The silver lining here being that countless people are now waking up to how much mainstream American media lies and distorts things, showing the, you know, the difference between the picture of Gaza we see on the news versus the picture of Gaza we see when you actually can get the info from people who are on the ground involved. Mersh has apparently had negative experiences with Columbia University administrators for, like, the last 30 years. Exactly, Max. The language to accurately describe extreme events is by necessity going to be extreme. Any desire to tone down the language for the sake of civility is just abjectly offensive. It's ridiculous. The idea that we should not call it a genocide because some people are hurt by the idea that they're committing a genocide. Like, are you for real? Call it what it is. I honestly, I think that it's annoying, this conversation about, is it an ethnic cleansing or is it a genocide? Like, what is the difference? And what is the point of drawing a distinction here? I think that those people are saying, well, genocide is a legal term and you should be using it specifically because it's also a very charged emotional term that you're clearly using for your agenda. And it's like, I mean, kind of, yeah. If, like, ethnic cleansing is the nice person way of saying genocide, in my opinion. It's like it's the less alarming, palatable phrase that essentially means the same thing. What about the license people are getting to spread rampant anti-Semitism because people are emboldened to be anti-Semitic? I mean, I don't really know what to say about that, because I honestly think that people are being anti-Semitism has been on the rise. I've been watching these Nazi rallies, which are primarily complaining about trans people, but which are increasingly just openly saying stuff about Jewish people, and obviously conflating the idea that the trans agenda is a Jewish conspiracy. Like, I don't think that people are more anti-Semitic now. And I think it's really unfortunate, this idea that we can't criticize the actions of the Israeli government without somehow implicating all Jewish people internationally, because that's what the conservatives do. The conservatives have tied this idea of Israel equals Jews and Jews equal support Israel. Like, and if you're like, I think that there probably is a sense that if you are a Jewish person who isn't Zionist, then you are somehow like less authentically Jewish than other people would be. Like, I don't know what to say about the fact that stupid people are taking the opportunity of, because of all this criticism against Israel, to then ramp up their anti-Semitism. Like, I don't think that I'm going to stop critiquing Israel. I do try to say, I try to talk about the fact that Jewish people are also anti-Zionist, are also against these atrocities, because, I think that Jewish people are rational more than not, I guess. It's like, I don't know. If you want to suggest a change of messaging, I don't know what needs to change about it. Because I think for me personally, I'm always pretty clear that I'm criticizing Israel's actions. And to me, yeah, Israel is very separate from the idea of Jewish diaspora globally. There's a possibility that the vice president is making an argument that's financially motivated, given that he thinks the ongoing contentious conversations might dissuade students from considering Columbia. I guess. I would, I don't know. It seems to me like there are more pro-Palestinian young people than there are pro-Israeli young people. So it seems to me like if you want to make your university a more desirable destination for young people, it's going to be by supporting pro-Palestine protests on campus. Twitchy Witch says Israel benefits from the rise of anti-Semitism, hence why it is vital to call this out, because it fuels their own rhetoric, placing themselves as a spokesperson for all Jewish people and encouraging migration to continue the majority Jewish ethnic cleansing. Or sorry, yeah. I guess. I mean, I think Israel benefits from the rise of anti-Semitic sentiments because then America sends them more money. Like, the idea that, like, oh, we need to defend Israel and the concept of Jewish homeland from all this global anti-Semitism. Like, it really does bother me, because I think that Israel relies globally on accusations of anti-Semitism to protect them from any criticism of their actions. Ultimately, I think is the thing that bothers me the most about it, that Israel can say, oh, you can't criticize us because we had a genocide committed on us previously, and that works on some people. The country of Germany and France, I think, both declared, oh, Israel can't be perpetuating a genocide because the Jewish people were genocided before. Like, what? What? That's going to be a little extra segment, I think. I wasn't planning on that segment, but I stumbled on something on Twitter that was too crazy to not look at. Okay, here's my stream notes. What is today, y'all? 3/11? What is today's date? No, 10. 3/10. Okay, cool. I love having show notes. Yeah, no worries, Erica. I do want to honor disagreements, like healthy, honest disagreements. It is crybullying. Yes, it is crybullying. EBT day, yay! High fives for all those whose EBT cards are filling back up. And for all of those of you out there who are getting a tax return, consider sharing it with your boy. Donos keep the show going. Donos keep food on my table. Thank you all for your shares and your likes and your hanging out. Oh boy, I'm gonna get real hungry before the end of this stream. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna go ahead and post that as it's a little impromptu segment, but I have other stuff planned. I have more planned today. Ooh, sip on the coffee. Get to some coffee, babe. Some coffee. Excuse me. Oh my god, my hand. Ow. I just want to show you guys what just happened. I was holding my coffee like this, and then this part of my hand was like, no, you can't do that anymore. Like, oh, okay. it's so random. And now I'm like holding it like this because it still kind of hurts, like all the way down here. Like, why? I don't understand. I hate it so much. I mean, I do understand I have a connective tissue disorder, but I may actually have to pay out this year because I had to break an IRA. Oh god, that's annoying. I don't know. We owed last year. I think we're gonna owe this year, but it kind of depends. My breakfast today was eggs, rice, habanero salsa, and Diet Baja Blast. That sounds delicious. I need to get more eggs. I don't really like habaneros though. They don't taste very good to me. They're just hot and they don't taste good. I'm drinking non-diet Baja Blast. You Baja Blast people. I feel like at some point recently I went to Taco Bell and I got a Baja Blast, but I don't remember anything about its taste, so maybe I didn't. We're gonna keep it 100% gay. Absolutely. Thank you. It's weird to owe taxes while being a grad student. 1 out of 10 do not recommend. Do you not get to write off, like, your... Like, do you not get a student credit anymore if you're a grad student? That's pretty fucking stupid. TBH. Oh my god. Hold on. Sorry. We're going to be in and out of the politics as usual, y'all. We talk about politics for a few minutes and then we slip back out of it and then we'll hop back on it. UK is Baja Blast free and I intend to keep it that way. Is there some horrible chemical in the Baja Blast that I don't know about? Some horrendous chemical that makes it illegal elsewhere? I'm officially the Diet Coke mom. I don't like the taste of aspartame, so I'm not a big fan of diet sodas. I wonder if I'm about to become like a seltzer person. I'm not, I don't know. I think seltzer is just a little bit too much for my autistic sensibilities. Cyanide? No, there's no way. Some combination of flavors and colors is not good in there. Sure. Cyanide to make it cyan. White Claw Mom. I didn't mean White Claws when I said seltzers. I just meant like actual water seltzers. I have a cat hair in my coffee. Come out, cat hair. I don't like you. Get out of my coffee. Gross. Get out of there. Taco Bell is yummy. I haven't been there in a minute. Okay. Ugh. So much bad news. Gatorade Zero. I like Gatorade. And I think the Gatorade Zeros are okay. They don't have that aspartame thing going on. I don't know how they sweeten them, but Gatorade Z. Calcium disodium EDTA is banned within drinks in the UK and has been found in Mountain Dew. In animal studies, the crystalline powder caused adverse reproductive and developmental effects and has been shown to contribute to cancer of the colon. Oh, so don't drink Mountain Dew, is what I'm hearing. Not that I was doing it earlier, but hey, good to know. Dude, so many gnats in here. Oh god, okay. Which one should we do next, y'all? Which one should we do? Yeah, that ingredient is on my can. It's like how I have switched off of Ritz crackers. I don't really eat Ritz. I'll buy like the grocery store brand of Ritz crackers because they used to put cottonseed oil in it, and they've allegedly stopped putting cottonseed oil in it, but I don't trust them. So, do you all want to like help me decide what topic we're going to cover next? Perhaps because we've got um let's see. We've got I pretended to be non-binary. We've got this bill would make teachers sex offenders if they supported trans students. Trans people are suspiciously happy, quote unquote, or the TikTok ban. It doesn't matter because we're going to cover all of them, but fake gender dysphoria, we like that one. All right. We'll get to all of them today. I promise. I promise. I'm going to stay on until we get through all of these. So maybe I'll just do them in the order that I have them set up here. I gotta shift myself mentally into this mode. Drink more water. Hit the like button if you haven't already, in anticipation of us starting the next segment. We got to 50 likes, which is baller. Can we get to 69? That would be nice. Oh my goodness. It's a struggle. The days without my Ritalin are definitely a struggle, but I decided I was going to chill out on it today. I think I'm also going to, like, honestly, for the. I guess I'll probably take my Ritalin tomorrow, but I'm probably going to not do cardio this week. because I want to let my heart adjust from the daylight savings time. Chugging a bottle of tranquilizers and antidepressants before reading any news. Activating prefrontal cortex. Sometimes you see a silly thing and you're not really sure how to respond. Like when a transphobe pretends to be trans, they tell a doctor, hold on, am I going to burp? Nope. Excuse me. Perfect. For like months and months, they're telling this doctor, oh, I have gender dysphoria. Oh, everything sucks. Dude, oh my God. The burpiness is so real today. Like the way that we diagnose certain things. Like, if you are drug seeking, you could hypothetically be like, oh, I'm, so disorganized and I just can't think straight. And I just have such a hard time getting any of my work or schoolwork done. You can lie and get a diagnosis for ADHD and then get sent home with an Adderall prescription that you then sell because like people will lie in order to access things that they don't need, right? Like that's a thing that happens occasionally. That doesn't mean that the process of diagnosing ADHD is fundamentally flawed, but if you're a transphobe who calls up a doctor and pretends to have gender dysphoria, apparently that is the problem. So, y'all, I don't know if you know Moms for Liberty. It's a transphobic group of parents, and their chair faked gender dysphoria while talking to a doctor. Should I read this article or should I go to the actual post? Is there an actual post? Where is it? I guess she doesn't link out to the article. Hold on. Asuka, hello. Okay. Is that this one? By Beth Bourne? Yeah, this is the actual article. So this is the actual article that was written by this woman who pretended to be trans in order to expose how easy it is to get access to this stuff. So, on September 6, 2022, I received mail from Kaiser Permanente reminding me of a routine cervical screening. The language of the reminder stood out to me. Recommended for people with a cervix ages 21 to 65. When I asked my OBGYN about the strange wording, she told me it was to be inclusive of their trans and gender fluid patients. I mean, yeah, like, I think that the explicit intention of saying people with a cervix is to be inclusive of trans people. But also, if you are an OBGYN office sending out recommendations or reminders to get a cervical screening, it doesn't really make sense to just say any woman aged 21 to 65, because there are women aged 21 to 65 who have had hysterectomies who don't have a cervix. So it's not only for trans people, but it's also for the purpose of accuracy as to who actually needs access to medical care. You don't need a cervical screening if you don't have a cervix. Simple enough. It's always this need to center women in every aspect of this. Like, dude, it's just reproductive health care. Calm down. It has nothing to do with your personhood as a woman. Okay. Based on this response, so because of the wording of this for people with a cervix, this is what got her to decide to try to expose the medical scandal of gender affirming care. Hold on. Where did that go? Where did my chat go? Come back. By saying and doing everything my daughter and other trans identifying kids are taught to do. Okay, so this is a mom who has a trans kid who will not speak to her anymore. Like, she's one of those turf moms who won't support her kid and is surprised why they don't want to talk to her at all. Um, she continues, would there be the type of medical safeguarding and differential diagnosis we would expect in other fields of medicine? Or would I simply be allowed to self diagnose and be offered the tools, hormones, and surgeries to choose my own gender adventure and become my true, authentic self? So basically, she's like, if I could lie, could I receive this medical care? So I want to be totally clear. This woman is admitting to insurance fraud. If she's out here saying, I lied to these doctors to see if they would be covered by insurance as medically necessary care, like, that is part of this conversation, is that I don't know that she actually ends up doing anything with that and, like, filling a prescription, but she's doing all of the steps involved with insurance fraud. Okay, she says, I wasn't prepared for how easy success would be. So this is a 53-year-old woman from California. Her kid has been identifying as a trans boy for a while. Like, and then, talking about blah, blah, blah. The school decided to support my kid and we got divorced over it. I don't know that they did, actually, but there's sort of an implication. She says that her kid came out as trans to her father, to the pronouns, I hate that. The ex-husband and me through a standard coming out letter. I guess they could have already been broken up. I don't know. The kid wanted to start puberty blockers. The kid knew that they were safe because they had read the information saying that they're safe. The mom was super shocked. She felt like this announcement was sudden and unexpected. And so I guess she's assuming that there's a rapid onset gender dysphoria thing. Like the implication that, oh, this is so sudden, it's just coming on out of nowhere. What would we expect from other forms of medical care? Is she a doctor? Does she know anything? Right, like when you go in and you have, like, I don't know, knee pain, like, do they spend time looking at your elbows? Like, I don't think so. So I don't know what if your problem is dissonance with your gender, what is the solution to that other than that? Like, I guess it's just that they want there to be some kind of psychoanalysis as to why you feel that way so that they can assert that it's for some other reason and you shouldn't get health care. This person is basically opening with the idea that they're willing to lie just to make a point. It's crazy how she thinks she's credible. I know. Why do you think you have any credibility if you're just admitting to, like, I did all of the steps up to insurance fraud? So this mom just gets so tripped up because they went to a doctor's visit, a regular doctor's visit. The pediatrician overheard the pronouns and then suggested that they could go to a different clinic to potentially learn about gender affirming treatment. And this mom is like, oh my God, I'm freaking out. Like, a referral is exactly what a pediatrician is supposed to do. Like, I'm a general pediatrician. If you have gender specific problems, you should go to a gender specific specialist. Like, what a concept. That's actually, like, that is a rigorous diagnostic process. If a pediatrician says, I see that you need this care and I can't provide it to you, I'm going to refer you to someone who knows more and can help you more than I can. Like, I think there are probably some pediatricians who are general pediatricians who would give that puberty blockers kind of care. But this one didn't. Like, you honestly, the simple fact is you could have only gone to one doctor, but your kid has now been referred to a second doctor, which is at least one level of gatekeeping in the process. That's at least one level of, you have to keep pursuing the care in order to get it. You have to go to a whole different clinic in order to get the medical care. Do they realize that self-reporting is part of the medical process and diagnosis? In all diagnosis, including cancer. Yeah, it's like you're saying, oh, my throat really hurts and I've got this weird lump. And then they're like, yeah, well, it sounds like you're kind of delusional though. Are you sure that you're not just imagining it? It's probably just allergies, which I say as a joke, but it's actually people die because of their symptoms being brushed off in exactly that same kind of way. So yeah, unfortunately, yeah. In that way, brushing off trans people's initial concerns and telling them to go find a therapist is exactly in line with a lot of other forms of healthcare where your concerns are dismissed because the doctor thinks they know better than you. Okay, let's keep going here. Yeah, she's really like, oh, it's rapid onset gender dysphoria, which has been widely debunked. The ex-husband and her agreed not to consent to any medical care. So the kid decided to cut off contact when they were 17. And then, of course, the mom doubles down on being a TERF, as they do. And yeah, so this is the point at which she decides to go undercover as a non-binary patient to show the kid that the kid might be putting themselves in danger. Oh no, like, these people are affirming you and they're not checking. Like, again, who do you think gets to tell a trans like, what, again, why do these people think that cisgender people get to assert themselves in a position of authority and tell trans people what's good for them? It is crazy to me that there are no trans people involved in the decision-making process of this whatsoever. So she's starting here. Throughout the whole 231-day process of my feigned gender transition, the Kaiser gender specialists were eager to serve me and give me what I wanted, which would all be covered by insurance as, quote, medically necessary. My emails were returned quickly, my appointments scheduled efficiently, and I never fell through the cracks. I was helped along every step of the way. Wow, you received like quality health care. You live in California, which is an extremely liberal state, and you had easy access to trans-related health care. Wow, it still took you almost a year. It still took her almost a year to get the coverage and medical stuff that she says. Like, I don't know, let's go, like, we'll continue on in this. Like, how long did it take before the first time anyone suggested hormones or medical care to her? She did this for almost a year, just like lying to her doctors. Is it normal in other aspects of medical care that you'll just be ignored and your emails won't be answered? And is that really an indictment on trans care that it's so efficiently addressed, or is it more of an indictment on the rest of the medical system if what you're used to is having your appointments missed and falling through the cracks? Okay, let's see. Despite gender activists and clinicians constantly claiming that obtaining hormones and surgeries is a long and complex process with plenty of safety checks in place, I was in full control at every checkpoint. I was able to self-diagnose, determine how strong a dose of testosterone I received, and which surgeries I wanted to pursue, no matter how extreme and no matter how many glaring red flags I purposefully dropped. The medical workers I met repeatedly reminded me that they were not there to act as gatekeepers. Yeah, because again, like, this is just like, this whole process should be treated as equivalent to seeking plastic surgery, in the sense that as long as you don't seem like you're actively a crazy person, and even if in some situations you do seem like an actual crazy person, there are no like psychological tests you need to do in order to confirm that you're allowed to get a nose job, or that you're allowed to get a boob job, or that you're allowed to get a Brazilian butt lift. Like, this is the only medical situation, or like, I guess, like, treating this like a medical situation separately from the plastic surgery thing. Like, and I don't want to conflate it in that way that's like, therefore it's frivolous, but it's like, it's a procedure being done to change your appearance, fundamentally, at the end of the day. Whether you want to see that as medically necessary or not is kind of not the point of the point that I'm trying to make. But that, like, why are we making trans people, like, if a transgender woman wants to get a boob job, why does she have to go through all this additional gatekeeping where cisgender people tell her whether she's allowed to get the boob job. Whereas, you know, any 16-year-old girl can have their mom take them to get a boob job. Like, it's happened before, and it will continue to happen, teenage girls getting boob jobs for gender-affirming reasons. And it's really stupid that that people assume that there should be gatekeeping. Like, this woman is basically saying, you know, these doctors should have tried to stop me. Like, no, it's not the doctor's job to try to stop you. You're an adult. You are making an informed decision about your own body and your own appearance. As a 53-year-old person, these people expect you to be able to understand what you need and to be able to, like, make those decisions with informed consent. And, like, so what are you complaining about? You're complaining that these people respected your bodily autonomy? That is what the complaint is. Anyway. I was able to instantly change my medical records to reflect my new gender identity and pronouns. Despite not being diagnosed with gender dysphoria, I was able to obtain a prescription for testosterone and approval for a gender-affirming double mastectomy from my doctor. It only took me 3 more months, 90 days, to be approved for surgery to remove my uterus and have a fake penis constructed. Oh, cool. Yeah, therapy was never recommended. So, again, this is insurance fraud. Like, or is it not insurance fraud until you fill the prescription? She obtained a prescription, but I guess she didn't fill it. She was like, how many of these things can I be diagnosed, or can I be given for treatment and then not do? I really don't believe her. Like, I think that she is a liar when she says that she was approved for phalloplasty. Because that's what she's saying. She's approved to have a penis constructed from a skin graft. No, I'm pretty sure that pretty much every insurance company requires you. Most insurance companies require you to already be on hormone therapy before they will give you top surgery. This is for a person who was assigned female at birth and is transitioning. A lot of insurance is resistant to covering your top surgery unless you've had hormones first. More insurances will not allow you to get a penis construction surgery unless you probably have both already been on hormones for a minimum of 1 year and have had top surgery. Like, there are genuinely, like, there is a gender norm being pushed on trans people through this insurance coverage thing where if a person was assigned female at birth and they didn't particularly want to get rid of their chest, but they did want to have penis construction surgery, like, a lot of insurances would not allow it. So, yeah, like, I genuinely think she is a liar, and I do not believe her when she says that she was approved less than a year from her first appointment getting insurance approval for a phalloplasty procedure. Girl, you are lying, and it's not cute. Excuse me. The therapy not recommended part is a little troubling. Therapy can be a good thing. I don't know why you would suggest therapy to a patient who seems coherent and with it and understands the informed consent aspect of the, like, why should therapy be unless you're going to suggest that therapy should be a requirement for all kinds of cosmetic procedure like this, again, are you, like, when women want a nose job because they want to reduce their racialized appearance, do you think that they should be required to go to therapy that aims to get them to accept their racialized appearance? Because that's, like, the equivalent here of saying, like, a trans person should be required to go to therapy to what? To address what? Their feeling of wanting to change their body? That's the suggestion here. Like, therapy is great for people who actually have problems. Therapy works for people who have eating disorders. Therapy works for people who are depressed. But, like, if you're taking a person who the only problem they're presenting is gender dysphoria, they're not presenting with depression, they're not presenting with anxiety, if you tell that person they need to go to therapy, what you're suggesting to them is that, like, the thing of them being trans is a potential psychoanalytic problem that needs to be looked at and assessed before you can make that decision. And like, I do think that therapy can help trans people a lot. And I think that if there is a hypothetical person who's just really stressed out by misogyny, that, therapy could probably help that person as well. And that there will occasionally be people who just really hate misogyny, and maybe they initially think that transitioning will help them. Like, in the number of things that exist in the universe, it's bound to happen at least a couple times that someone will regret earnestly their medical transition. But like I don't know, like the suggestion that you should go to therapy should only come if it seems like you have some disruption in your life, that a totally healthy, well-adjusted adult can't seek transition care without being condescended to. Like, are you sure you are sure about this? Maybe you need to be psychoanalyzed by a cisgender person who can decide whether you're really trans or not. Like, are you for real? Therapy is for the things that are going to be comorbid with wanting trans healthcare that are, yeah. Like, you might want to deal with the oppression that you're living with and like losing your job because you're trans. Obviously, those kind of things a therapist is going to be able to help you work through. But a therapist can't resolve your gender dysphoria for you. They can only give you tools to help deal with your distress in the moment until you can get the actual healthcare that will resolve the issue that's causing you the distress in the first place. That's the point. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Oh, so she actually addresses the point that I just made. Critics might dismiss my story as insignificant on the grounds that I am a 53-year-old woman with ample life experience who should be free to alter her body. However, this argument for adult bodily autonomy is a standard we apply to purely cosmetic procedures like breast implants, liposuction, and facelifts, not, quote, medically necessary and, quote, life-saving treatments covered by health insurance, or interventions that compromise health and introduce illness to an otherwise healthy body. The introduce illness to an otherwise healthy body is very funny to me. But yeah, she's like, it's different because I say it's different. Or like, what is she complaining about that these are covered by health insurance? Like that a cosmetic procedure is not covered by health insurance, but these are? I don't know what the problem is with that. I'm just suggesting that everyone could benefit from a good therapist. I know, but I'm saying that in this context, saying that therapy should be recommended to a person who is seeking hormones means something different than what you think you just said. Like, what you think you're saying is that everyone should have a good therapist, but what you said was, like, the therapy not recommended part is troubling in the context of seeking gender-affirming care. Like, I do think that it is probably inappropriate most of the time to suggest to someone seeking hormones that they should go to therapy instead or first or whatever. Like, there is an underlying, I don't think you're really trans every time someone says that. Yeah, otherwise healthy body is a dog whistle, I think. It's different because the necessary and life-saving things should be harder to get. I guess that is kind of her. Yeah, she's sort of saying that these life-saving things should be harder to get. And that, like, it's not good enough that she says she wants it, that health insurance should not cover it. I don't really understand what the point she is making. So she goes into detail on the story, a detailed timeline of events. On October 6th, she says that the label cis woman doesn't really reflect, and she wants non-binary to be put in her documentation. Voiced a desire to be put in touch with an endocrinologist to start testosterone treatment. So she requests a referral to an expert. She, like, a lot of regular doctors can give these prescriptions. Like, honestly, she took an extra step here. I frankly think it would have been more damning if she had asked her primary doctor to just give her the prescription, but she asks for a referral to go see a professional endocrinologist. Interesting. 15 minutes later, receives an email from another Kaiser doctor informing me that the medical records have been updated. It's like updating your address or like your name. If you get married and you need to change your last name, like on your medical records, do you really need to bring in your driver's license? I don't know. And I guess they say here, yeah, once my primary doctor returned to the office, I'd be able to speak with her about hormone therapy. So the doctor is like, okay, I want to speak with you before I give you a referral. This is a normal amount of getting in touch with your doctor to ask for a referral for a more specific kind of health care. Charlotte says, if I had been denied a referral to an endo when I asked for it last year, I would be so upset. There's literally no reason to say no, right? Like, I just refuse to refer you. Like, what is the point? This lady responded the following day, thanking the doctor for changing the records and asking if she could connect me with someone who could help me make an appointment for top surgery, because she's just lying. She says my chest binder was uncomfortable. So she's creating this narrative of, she's claiming she's been wearing a binder and that she's doing sports and then it hurts her, and so she's asking about top surgery. It's like, that's the equivalent of saying, I have back pain from my big breasts and I want to have a referral for a consult for a medically necessary insurance covered breast reduction. That, like, it's the same process, the same kind of reasoning. Like, it's like, why is she saying that she's literally a transgender? True. This doctor said to contact the primary care to get things rolling, and that there were going to be preliminary evaluations. 6 days later, there was an email from Kaiser gender specialists asking me to schedule a phone appointment to understand the goals for surgery and get connected to care. This call to review my gender-affirming treatment options and services would take 15 to 20 minutes, after which I would be, quote, booked for intake, allowing me to proceed with medical transition. Again, this is a normal amount of communication. I mean, frankly, it is kind of weird that it's happening so fast, but, like, I guess your doctors just don't have anything else going on right now. This wasn't an evaluation of whether surgical transition was appropriate. It was simply a meeting for me to tell them what I wanted so that they could provide it. Okay, but again, your problem is discomfort with a part of your body physically. That's what she claimed. She claimed that basically her boobs were getting in the way of her being able to do sports comfortably. So it is the same, like that. Like, why? Is there a situation where a doctor will say, I'm going to determine if a breast reduction is appropriate for you? It's based on the person's self-reported pain and discomfort. On October 18, there was the one and only in-person appointment in preparation for top surgery. I met with my primary care physician. There was a 10-minute physical exam, including blood tests. There was not a single question about why I wanted top surgery or cross-sex hormones. Who cares? You're 53. Nor was there any discussion of the risks involved with these medical treatments. Okay, well, that's definitely an oversight. Because, I mean, not necessarily a discussion of the risks per se, but a discussion of all of the effects. That's what informed consent means. So I would say informed consent is supposed to mean the doctor informs you of all the possible effects, positive and negative, and that you then can proceed knowing all the information. So I do believe in the process of seeking gender-affirming care, if someone is not notifying you, if a medical professional doesn't sit down with you and go, here are all of the effects that you can expect, here are all of the risks, I think that would be a major oversight. But again, I think this woman is a liar. Like, I don't actually know. Like, literally not like, discussion of risks involved. That would mean that that would have to mean necessarily that there were no discussion of any of the effects of the medicine. And also, that means that in a discussion about surgery, There were no discussions of the risks of general anesthesia or surgery, which I think is insane and cannot be true. There's a good point of like no one of sound mind would just lie about all of this to make a point. That is a foundational element of why these doctors went along with this. Like, why would a person in good faith, like there's a presumption of good faith if you're seeking medical care. I mean, you would hope for white people there's a presumption of good faith for the most part, that you aren't doing this duplicitously, that you're not doing this just to be drug seeking or whatever. You know, certain people, and I'm sure that Beth is one of them, who is just believed for the most part right off the bat. Excuse me. Oh my God, burpee. So weird. Like I have not eaten today. I don't know why I'm so burpy. The following week, there was a phone appointment with Rachel Wood, a gender specialist with Kaiser Sacramento. The call lasted 15 minutes, consisting of standard questions about drug use, domestic violence, guns in the house, and whether I experienced any suicidal thoughts. There were no questions from the gender specialist about my reasons for requesting a mastectomy or cross-sex hormones, or why I suddenly at 52 decided I was non-binary. Like, genuinely, she just really thinks that there should be someone paternalistically going, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?" every 5 minutes throughout this process. That's genuinely what she seems to want. After the call, Kaiser emailed me instructions to prepare for my pre-surgery intake video appointment to evaluate my mental health, scheduled for the next month. The email stated that prior to my appointment, I should research hormone risks on the WPATH website and to, quote, research bilateral mastectomy and chest reconstruction surgery risks and recovery on the website. So they provided you with the resources to understand all of the risks. Maybe they didn't cover it during they didn't cover all of the risks during your very limited in-person time at a clinic that probably has a lot of patients. So they were like, okay, we are providing you with the literature. This has happened to me before, where I ask about something at the doctor's office and they are like, okay, here's literature. You can read this on your own time and get an idea of how to deal with this. So this is another thing where it's like, okay, you want this procedure. Okay, cool. Thank you for asking for that information. Here's a fucking pamphlet. Read it. And then you can understand the risks and decide whether you want to proceed. That's exactly what they're doing here. They've asked you the necessary mental health questions and they're going, okay, here's all the risks. You need to take the time to educate yourself. I can't sit here with you for an hour and go over all the different things. It's not realistic to demand that amount of in-office clinician time. Yeah, my mom asked me plenty of different versions of "Are you sure?" along with plenty of other people in my life. Do not need more of that from medical professionals. So she decided to request a, quote, gender-affirming double mastectomy and phalloplasty. Kaiser sent me a sample timeline for transition surgery preparation, using as a reference for the process. I also asked for a prescription for testosterone as needed and recommended by Kaiser. So what is this? Sample timeline for surgery preparation. Okay, so this is just in the months leading up to your surgery, you know, here's how long it would take to get through this whole thing. Like a minimum of 3-4 months. Like a minimum of 4 months. And like, that's just the pre-surgery stuff. Look at this. Mental health visit could take between 4 and 16 months. Nursing call with MSTRN could take 3 to 15 months. Surgery consultation could take 3 to 15 months. And then once your surgery date is scheduled, you have to quit nicotine for 3 months beforehand and all this other stuff. So this is like, this timeline is showing that it can take years, and it often does, frequently. There was a mental health visit conducted over Zoom, asking marital status, race, gender identity, other demographics, asked whether I was thinking of other surgeries. The lists she read included gender-affirming hysterectomy, bottom surgery, vocal coaching, a lot of different stuff. And she asked if there's anything else. that I'd be interested in. And this woman, again, lies and says she'd be interested in body contouring. I was also assured that all the procedures would be covered by insurance because they were considered medically necessary. How many trans people would kill to have Kaiser insurance good enough to consider all of our procedures medically necessary? I guess the one thing that she didn't offer her was face surgery. She says, I dropped in several red flags regarding my mental health to see the reaction, but they were all ignored. For instance, I revealed that I had PTSD. The therapist asked about whether I had experienced any childhood trauma. I mentioned that I grew up in Mexico City and had been groped by several times and also had people inappropriately expose themselves to me. So she drops this, just the general feeling that you are unsafe, in a female body. I don't think that this is, like, basically this woman is suggesting that that a trans person or someone who thinks that they're trans might literally use instances of being sexually assaulted as the entire basis for wanting to change their entire body and have major surgical procedures done. It's just insane. What's up, Duna Umayo? Well, hello. Like, that is the suggestion. And, like, the idea that that the medical professional's job is to go, well, you might not really be trans because you just hate being a woman. Like, that is such a stupid thought process. Yeah, by the way, I have PTSD. This is me suggesting to you that I might not be trans. Like, okay, everyone who grows up in a female body feels this way, whether they're trans or not. The feeling of being unsafe. Okay, but most women don't try to change their entire body because they're women and they don't want to have hairy testosterone bodies. Only trans people typically do. Instead of viewing this trauma as potentially driving my desire to escape my female body through hormones and surgery, she asked whether there is anything, quote, important that the surgery team should be aware of regarding my history of trauma, such as whether I'd be comfortable with the surgeon examining and marking my chest prior to surgery. Those are the kind of concerns that would matter. That's the kind of concern that would matter, is going, hey, okay, well, if you were groped when you were younger, then is there anything we need to know about, because we're going to be drawing on your naked chest with a marker. Those are the only things that you would need to ask about. Also, I think that it's probably worth pointing out that, yeah, okay, so a 20-year-old female might pursue hormone therapy because they don't like being groped and seen in this way. But a 53-year-old woman is not feeling unsafe the way that a younger woman does. You're not getting groped. I almost fucking guarantee that a 53-year-old woman with this much hate in her heart is not attractive enough to be getting hit on or catcalled or groped in public. So there would be no reason for you to seek an escape from your female body being tortured by all this male attention if you're 53. Like, clearly that would not be an active part of the problem. When asked about any psychotic symptoms, I told her that while I had no such symptoms, my mother had a delusional breakdown because of body dysmorphia, with a growth on her neck that she thought needed to be removed. I told her that my mother was admitted to an inpatient hospital for depression. I asked the doctor whether she sees patients with body dysmorphia and whether I could have potentially inherited that from my mother. She said that psychosis was hereditary, but that it was highly unlikely that there was any connection between body dysmorphia and gender dysphoria. She told you the factual, scientific, medical information. Body dysmorphia is a different disorder. Gender dysphoria is a different disorder. Sometimes, very occasionally, people might have both, but gender dysphoria is considered a distinct diagnosis because it's not the same thing as body dysmorphia. Like, so yeah, this doctor, you brought up a concern. You said, hey, my mom has this disorder. Is it possible that I have it too? And it's like, probably the fuck not, because you have not described any of the symptoms of that. All the lying you've been doing, you've been lying about having symptoms of gender dysphoria. If you wanted to make it seem like you might also have dysmorphia instead or whatever, then you would have needed to lie differently. I was enthusiastically waving more mental health red flags, waiting to see if she would pick up on any of them. She says, I'm just wondering if my feelings or perseverating, what the fuck does that mean? Or feeling like these breasts make me really unhappy and I just don't want them anymore. I'm just not sure if that's a similar feeling to body dysmorphia. How do you decide which one is dysphoria and general body dysmorphia versus just not liking something about your body? I did have an eating disorder through college. I was a distance runner in college, so I had bulimia and anorexia. I don't know if that's related to gender dysphoria. The therapist replied, I completely appreciate your concerns, but I am going to ask you questions about your chest, about your expectations, and then I'll be able to give you an assessment. She said the main difference between my mom's situation and mine was that my mom didn't actually have a growth on her neck, whereas it's confirmed that you actually have chest tissue. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Body dysmorphia is you imagining that there is a problem that there isn't, whereas dysphoria is having a problem that is there. Furthermore, she said that while, quote, historically there's been all this pressure on patients to be like, are you really, really sure you want hormones? We are a little bit more relaxed now. As long as you are aware of the risks and the side effects, you can put your toe in the water. You can stop testosterone and you can go back on it and do it again later. You can stop it. You know what I mean? So she's literally saying, you don't have to get on hormones and then permanently stay on hormones. It's okay for you to do it briefly and try it and then decide that it's not for you. It's not going to harm you medically to do that, which is true. You can try hormones for a short period of time. We ran out of time on that meeting, so I scheduled a follow-up meeting. Here's another one. This professional says she regrets the gatekeeping vibe of the meeting. She asked what I've been looking into. This woman lied and said she was interested in taking small doses of testosterone to get a feeling that's kind of neutral. Yeah, I mean, lots of trans people want that. Now she's dropped more red flags. I don't own a single dress or skirt and haven't in 20 years. I think for me, it's just dressing the way that's comfortable for me, which is just wearing jeans and sweatshirts and flannel shirts and boots. So I think it's been nice being able to dress, especially because I work from home now most of the time, that just a feeling of clothing being one of the ways I can feel more non-binary in my everyday life. Why does she think that's a red flag? It's literally true that a lot of trans people realized how much more comfortable they could be with themselves when they didn't have to go outside anymore. Like when you work from home and then, like, I realized as a trans person that I don't want top surgery. I was assigned female at birth and I don't want top surgery because I like my body in isolation. It's only when other people look at my body and treat me like I'm female and like stare at my chest, like those are the things that make me uncomfortable. So being at home made me in fact realize that I did not need one of the transition things that is like there's pressure on me to make my body more normative, which frankly means that there is pressure on me to physically change my body in order to conform to the opposite gender now that I'm transitioning or whatever. Like, there is pressure there. And so, yeah, all of this makes sense. This is not a red flag. Just saying, I like to wear what I want to wear, and I feel more comfortable not having to perform femininity now. And again, she's lying about all this, saying, I don't feel pressured to dress feminine. I feel more comfortable that I get to be non-binary at home. Like, okay, congrats. Yes. Like, you've just learned what to say in order to get this care. Again, if someone is lying this hard in order to get the care, like, it seems like you really desperately need it, or you're being a bad faith, I'm trying to expose this kind of person. Ugh. So because because this doctor then accepted what she said is true, this doctor asks me to describe my dysphoria. I told her I didn't like the feeling of the female form and being chesty, and that because I'm going through menopause, I wanted to start taking testosterone to avoid, quote, that feeling of being this apple-shaped older woman. Okay, again, like, I think these are all totally normal requests for a trans person to have. She says, top surgery, not testosterone, would be able to solve my chest dysphoria. She told me that we had to go through a few more questions related to my medical history before we can move on to the fun stuff, which is testosterone and top surgery. I think this woman just genuinely hates that there's any positivity around this at all. She just genuinely hates that there's any like nice people who want to help trans people get the care that they want. There was a discussion of the physical and mood changes I could expect, asking about the dose of testosterone and what kind of top surgery technique I would want. All of these consultations would be virtual. Okay, that's good. That's preferable. The gender specialist told me that after the appointment, she would need to submit my referral to the multi-specialty transitions clinic team that oversees this care. There would be a follow-up nursing call reviewing the medical history, and then they would be able to schedule a consult for a surgeon. I just want to point out again that this has so far been a months-long process. Okay, so you have some goals. You can decide flatness, nipple sensation, scarring, and that'll help you figure out what kind of surgery you want. January, I had my nursing call with the nurse coordinator. Potential allergies, recreational drug use, verified I'm up to date on mammograms, pap smears, and colon cancer screenings, as well as vaccines. There's a top surgery class available for patients where one of the Kaiser surgeons, quotes, presents and talks about surgical techniques and options within top surgery. Also, sometimes this class is required because Chloe Cole said that her family was required to go to a class going over all of these different things. Like, this is so much gatekeeping. If you require a top surgery class, and in this case it's not required, but if you do require it, that's the equivalent of like requiring a woman to listen to the heartbeat before you'll give her an abortion. Also, this is extremely good insurance. Kaiser, and for this to be going as fast as it is and for it to be all covered, like she is paying some fat stacks for this insurance every month. And then they sent the referral, and then they would have to schedule a consultation. This is so many doctor's appointments, by the way. This is so many doctor's appointments. Like, genuinely, I guess maybe it's different when you want insurance to cover it, but a lot of the time, if you go the informed consent route and you go to Planned Parenthood, they will just give you a prescription the first day that they see you. But this woman made her initial appointment, like she emailed her doctor in September. Now it's at the beginning of September. Now it's the end of January, and she's having her first appointment to discuss testosterone, where she could have just gotten it from a Planned Parenthood. Like, so again, if you're trying to blow the lid on, oh, it's way too easy to get this care, you are not demonstrating that right now. They start asking, what do you like to do? What kind of physical changes are you looking for? She says, I want facial hair and to change my physique to feel stronger and androgynous. She asked if I was menopausal, whether I had ovaries and a uterus. The doctor said she wanted me to come in and get some labs so she could test my current levels. Honestly, my main doctor doesn't necessarily require estrogen and testosterone to be checked before you start. Like, I could understand, I guess, why an older woman would have these tests done. And, of course, hemoglobin levels. So 5 months later, in February, after starting this process in September, you got a pump of testosterone. Oh, she did pay for it. She committed insurance fraud, guys. She paid a $5 copay at the Kaiser pharmacy and picked up a pump of testosterone. Dude, she actually committed insurance fraud. Like, all the way up to this moment, I don't think that I would consider, like, I don't know, I'm not a legal expert. I don't think I would consider doing these appointments to be insurance fraud, although it is like a waste of the insurer's time and money and a waste of the doctor's time and money. But filling the prescription for me puts it over the edge. That's 100%. You just committed insurance fraud and you are telling everybody about it, as far as I know, under your real actual name. Committing insurance fraud to own the libs. To them, it too easy is whether they can get trans healthcare at all. Like, yeah, if you can access it at all without having to do 3 years of rigorous therapy, that's too easy. The same day I got my labs, I had a Zoom surgery consult for the surgery. This consultation was discussing my goals for surgery, not about whether surgery was needed or appropriate. You are well past the point that anyone could or should be asking you whether surgery is needed or appropriate. It doesn't matter. Like, you don't need your breast. It's not like going in and being like, hey, I would like to have my kidneys removed. People are going to be like, wait, you need those. You don't need your breasts. So it's maybe not as rigorous of a medical, oh my God, I can't even think of the words right now. She says that she wants a flatter, androgynous appearance. And then we're talking about some of the different options, thoughts about keeping your nipples, because sometimes that's not covered by insurance. She asked if I would like the placement of the nipples to resemble a more male appearance. Okay, these are normal. Isn't goals with surgery sort of inclusive of is surgery needed or appropriate? I guess, like, in this instance, I think that she's trying to suggest that there could be some kind of psychological reason why the surgery is inappropriate. Like I guess that to the person giving her these assessments, like, goals of surgery means like, what do you want out of this, which is going to tell us what sort of procedure we need to do. So at this point in the process, discussing your goals with surgery, I don't think to the clinician is going to have anything to do with whether the surgery is needed or appropriate, because someone else behind her, like someone else in this process, already said, I've talked about like whether surgery is appropriate with this patient. By the time you're speaking to the plastic surgeon, you would not be having a conversation about whether you really need the surgery or not, or whether it's even appropriate for you to get the surgery. Like, in this instance, we're just talking about, where do you want your nipples placed? Do you want it to look like you have pecs? Do you want your chest to appear masculine, or do you want it to be more neutral, androgynous, you know? I was asked to show my bare chest from the front and side. She asked about whether it was important for me to keep nipple sensation. This is like a normal consult. The problem with the free nipple graft, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's like, she told me I was a good candidate for surgery and put me on the surgery wait list. She said the wait time was between 3 and 5 months, but a cancellation could move me up to a sooner date. That is fairly quick, but I think it's just because, again, she lives in California and there are a lot of providers who provide this there. Also, if I wanted surgery as soon as possible, I could tell the surgery scheduler that I'd be willing to have any of the other 3 surgeons perform my mastectomy. California, true. They contacted twice in February and March, notifying me of cancellations. If I had accepted and shown up on those dates, they would have removed my breasts. This would have been less than 5 months from the time I first contacted Kaiser to inform them of my new, quote, non-binary gender identity. Listen, you pay for premium healthcare. No trans people can afford this shit unless they're Caitlyn Jenner. Most people cannot afford this level of fast-tracked care. This is very specifically an I live in California and I pay big bucks for good insurance kind of thing. Yeah, wow, waiting an entire half a year for a doctor to approve you for getting a thing that you know that you need. I decided to see how easy it would be for me to get approved for a phalloplasty. Sending an email on March 1st requesting a phalloplasty and concurrent hysterectomy scheduled alongside my mastectomy. Are you serious? Hold on. Is she really saying I want to get a concurrent phalloplasty and hysterectomy? Most people don't do that. That's two pretty intense surgeries to have at the same time. You want to space them out a little bit. I explained to the specialist that I wasn't sure about taking testosterone anymore because I already had quite athletic and muscular build. Taking T didn't make sense for me. I wanted bottom surgery. I told her that I wanted to schedule top and bottom surgery concurrently so that I wouldn't have to take more time off work. Okay, I will say that if a surgeon agrees to do top surgery and bottom surgery on you at the same time, that is a red flag. I'm going to just go ahead and say that that's a red flag. But okay, and then she had a consultation, got an email, they've received the referral, and they're working on scheduling. Final thoughts. In fewer than 300 days, based on a set of superficial and shifting thoughts about my gender and my, quote, embodiment goals. Oh my gosh. This sentence really... Okay, I just want to point out, here's where this sentence starts. This is one paragraph, all one sentence. There are no periods in this whole chunk of... Wow, I'm not even going to read that run-on sentence, girl. Learn how to fucking write. No other medical field operates with this level of carelessness and disregard for patient health and welfare. Oh, do you mean even the ones who give women nose jobs? Like, you think that the people who have nose jobs and have like a 40% regret rate, no other medical field operates with this level of carelessness? That's worse than I write. Oh, man. So she writes this, like, she writes this as though it's scaremongering. Like, oh, wow, look at how easy it is to get this care. But how much was your copay for every single one of those visits? Do you think trans people can afford, like, multiple doctor's visits a month? Literally, there are trans people who have to wait for consultations because they cannot afford the consultant fee. There are so many trans people who have shitty insurance or no insurance. Like, why don't you try to go the no insurance route? Why don't you pretend like you only have $50 spare money every month? This is a wild outlier in terms of easy, quick access to hormones and surgery. So yeah, I guess TLDR, transphobe commits insurance fraud to own the transes. Like, can you stop, like, drifting? I would really appreciate it if you would stay where I ask you to stay. That would be great. Yeah. Like, this woman just straight up committed insurance fraud in order to show how this industry is too easy to get healthcare through, not understanding how extremely skewed her version is by being wealthy enough to afford really good insurance that happens to, like, apparently not consider trans care to be cosmetic. You live in California, where a ton of these surgeons are. She could never walk a mile in a poor person's shoes, let alone seek trans care and be broke. I don't understand the purpose of this. It's really just scaremongering. Like, this woman believes in the rapid onset gender dysphoria myth, and she thinks that, like, being sexually assaulted when you were younger means that you shouldn't be allowed to get gender affirming care, basically. Excuse me. Oh my God, I'm so burpy. I hate it. It's so annoying. Why? Yo, we're at 77 likes, and we're not even done. Okay, we're not even done. We have like 3 more. Or no. At this point. Yeah. No, we have 3 more topics to cover today. We're going to end up with 5 videos after today. It's going to set me up for the week. Oh my God. I do have to put this article in my stream notes, though. Insurance fraud to own the transes. There we go. This turf is so rich and privileged that she has no idea what the majority of Americans have to deal with concerning ordinary healthcare, let alone trans healthcare. Yeah, it's super out of touch. Begin the Luxander video industrial complex. I kind of am. Listen, I get done with stream and then I plug the stream into Adobe so that it can start transcribing it. And then I edit and do all that shit the whole day Monday. Sometimes that carries over into the day on Tuesday. And then Wednesdays, I usually try to chill in the first half of the day because I stream in the afternoon. And then again, Thursday, cracking it on, editing, sometimes spilling over into Friday, often spilling over into Friday. And then Saturday is like my one genuine day off every week. Ooh, and I'm about to start doing a Stardew Valley D&D campaign every other Saturday. I'm so excited. I wrote up my little character backstory. He's a cis guy who is bi and alternative, kind of, and he works as a barista in a slow-paced coffee shop. And his parents were super uninvolved when he was growing up, so he got emancipated. I kind of based this character a little bit on Eleanor from The Good Place, because she just had a shit family, and so he's kind of like that. And then, you know, for the last year or so prior to the beginning of the campaign, he's been feeling like a nagging sense of unease that is somewhat mollified by going out for walks and being in nature. And he's like starting to feed the local rats and crows and make friends with them. And he stumbles on an advertisement to go to Stardew Valley. And that's like how the premise of the thing starts, is there's these flyers saying, hey, come move to Stardew Valley. This old man had this land and he died without any heirs, so we're sponsoring some people to come move out here to stimulate the local economy or whatever. Instead of, usually in Stardew Valley, you are his grandkid, so the old man leaves you his land. And then, yeah, we're going to do a D&D campaign in Stardew Valley with those characters, those NPCs, and then our player characters. So my guy is going to be a druid, but he's not just going to be a druid. He's going to be a Circle of Spores druid. So it's going to be kind of like having a necromancer in the party. I'm very excited to play him. I think it's going to be good. Ooh, Kung Fu Panda 4. Is it any good? It's been such a long time since Kung Fu Panda 3 came out. I do love Jack Black, though. I'll watch basically anything with Jack Black in it. I say, having not yet watched the Mario movie. I started Stardew, but I couldn't remember what sex my character is. I mean, it doesn't really... This is totally separate from the game itself. Like, Stardew Valley is the universe that we are using to do our campaign. And we're going to be using the characters from the game that are non-player characters. Like the mayor and the guy who runs the bar. You know, those characters are all going to be the same. But then we're going to have original player characters who move into the valley. It's mid, I think. Fair. Dude, stop. YouTube chat is so annoying right now. Not because you people are being annoying, but because... Yeah, it just didn't update the chat for a really long time because I had accidentally clicked something. That's so annoying. Did you see the Tenacious D Baby One Time cover yet? I don't know. Baby, do you mean Baby One More Time? Is it a cover of Britney Spears? That sounds fun. Yeah, YouTube chat is being obnoxious. It's not your guys' fault. So I'm sorry that I kind of ignored you throughout that entire segment, but it just wasn't updating. I wonder if this woman has a day job or if Moms of Liberty provides her care. Don't know. Oh, gosh. All right, we have 3 more segments to get through. Usually I take a little break midway through the stream. This one might end up going a little bit long depending on how quickly we can knock these out. But yeah, I did an Israel segment I wasn't expecting to do, and then I decided to add TikTok to the mix. Okay, now we have 3 left to cover. Silly beans. I'll have to listen to the Tenacious D cover later. My favorite Tenacious D song, and we will get back into the politics in a second. We're just taking a break. My favorite Tenacious D song is Fuck Her Gently. I think that's my favorite one. You don't always have to fuck her hard. In fact, sometimes that's not right to do. It just goes, it's so good. It goes so hard in the sweetest way possible. It's a great love song. I'm not gonna cook it, but I'll order it from Zanzibar. Yeah. It's so good. He's like, what's your favorite position? That's cool with me. It's not my favorite, but I'll do it for you. I saw someone recently say that they don't trust anyone who doesn't want to fuck Jack Black. And I'm like, listen, I have a deep appreciation for his talent, for his sex appeal, like for his entire vibe. I have a deep appreciation for it, but under no circumstances would I fuck Jack Black. No. No. I'm sorry. Not my type. Love him to pieces. Absolutely would not throw down. Sounds lesbophobic. What? He could be my dad, Lamau. He's older than my dad. Like, my parents were stupid teenagers when I was born. Oh my god, I haven't even thought about how old my dad is. Like, neither of my parents are in their 50s yet. I prefer women as a general rule. Oh, jeez. Oh, lesbophobic. Yeah, okay. You said lesbophobic, and then this other person said ace. Like, what about ace people? Like, come on. Let jokes be jokes. Hold on to that to help you stay young. Guys, I'm gonna turn 30 in like a few weeks. I'm really excited. I don't know why, but I think a lot of people face down their 30th birthday feeling like bad. So I guess I'm just like I'm grateful that I feel good about it. I'm really, really, really excited. I don't even have any particular plans to make it an extra special birthday or anything. But like I get to be in my 30s. I get to leave behind the extremely difficult decade of my 20s. Basically, everybody who's older who I talk to is like, their 30s were one of the best decades. Like, or at least that their 30s were way better than their 20s. And I'm like, well, the latter part of my 20s has been pretty great because I started therapy and got to my place of healing. So I think that a lot of the things that people say about their 30s, about being more well adjusted and life calms down a little bit, I got a little bit of a head start on that because I did such an intensive therapy program. But yeah, at this point, I'm just like, wow. Excuse me. Oh my God. Just gonna have a nice, a clean, nice space to spend the day not working, maybe cook something special. Yeah. I'm still gonna be working around my birthday and like on my birthday probably, but I'm basically gonna, I guess, take like at least, oh my god, these hiccups and the burping, I'm getting really, really pissed off. Yeah, but I'm gonna do something nice for myself. I don't know that I have a ton of money to get myself something special, but I definitely want to just spend time on me. Like, I know that there are people who probably would, for example, take off time from the gym, but it's like, I'm gonna go to the gym on my birthday. I'm gonna, like, still do a lot of my normal stuff because a lot of the stuff that I do for myself is already like self-care, healthcare stuff. Ooh, Charlotte got lingerie this week. Listen, there's no explicit lingerie on there, but there is like some there's like I put like a harness or something on my throne wish list. So speaking of my birthday, not only am I accepting donos all month or whatever, but if you check out my throne wish list, which is the new way that creators are doing wish lists, check it out. Consider contributing to me getting a lavalier mic, or buying me a book, or buying me a cute goth fishnet shirt or something. I don't know. But Lord Byron got me a book, and I got that book, and that's awesome. And thank you very much. It's a foraging book that I'm excited to have. And then someone else on my wish list got me some compression gloves, which I'm really looking forward to getting, because not only because I need them, but because the creator who makes them is I think a queer black woman, or maybe queer black trans person, something along those lines. And yeah, like I'm really stoked to support a small business like that, like independent black owned business. Good shit. So it was an anonymous donation on that one, but thank you to that anonymous person for buying me those gloves. Does Spencer's have plus size lingerie? Lingerie is spelled Lingerie, and I believe it is spelled lingerie. It's spelled that way and it's pronounced that way because it's French. I had a realization the other day that a word that I've been saying for like 20 years is a French word, and I didn't know it because I was like, I don't know how to spell this word. It's embouchure. If you're not familiar, embouchure is like when you use your mouth to play a musical instrument, particularly if you do something with your mouth besides just blowing in order to make it happen. Like when you blow across the top of the flute, that's embouchure. And then like a fipple is like the part of the whistle that creates the embouchure, and all you have to do is just blow through. But yeah, I've been using that word for 20 years, and I did not know that it was a French word until I recently was like, I don't know how to spell that word. And I Googled fipple, and I went to the Wikipedia page, and then I found the word embouchure from the fipple page. And I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, that's a French word. No shit. All right, cool. Yeah, someone in chat. It's spelled Embouchure. Embouchure. Also, I don't know if Spencer's has plus size lingerie. You'd have to go check. Although, here's what I would advise. If you're plus size and you want lingerie, I would say you should go to Reddit and find like what are some specific recommendations from other plus size people. Because like Spencer's or Victoria's Secret, they are not going to have stuff that was made for plus size people. They'll have stuff that was made for skinny people that's been scaled up, and like they'll be made of the same quality materials as the stuff that's for skinny people. So I would say go look specifically, maybe even Google. I would Google like plus size lingerie Reddit. That's what I would type into the Google search bar, and then see if there are any Reddit posts that come up. Ferme la bouche. True, shut your mouth. The common refrain of all grade school French teachers. My high school French teacher, I guess it was maybe 8th grade instead of high school. But yeah, she was like, she introduced ferme la bouche early on. Adore Me is a brand that is recommended Andy's. Adore Me has up to size 4X. IDK about quality, but worth looking at. Good stuff. I'm not like skinny. I am working on losing some of my fat I want to have like an athletic build. I don't want to be skinny. I want to be like thin with an athletic build, and I am working my way on there. I'm doing cardio and I'm on kind of a diet, but not really. Ooh la la. Ferme la bouche. Ooh la la. Oh. I love French, dude. It's so fucking fun. I took 3 years of French in high school, and it is a fun language. My coworker lied to me about Victoria's Secret, saying that I would be able to get fitted. Yeah, I would not. Honestly, also, when it comes to getting fitted, if you're going to try to get I don't know about underwear sizing. Whatever, that's beyond me. But if you need a bra sized, and this works for trans girls too, go to Reddit /a bra that fits. r/a bra that fits. They have not only a comprehensive measuring thing where like you take a measurement of your chest leaning over and of your chest lying flat on your back, and that and then also there's some diagrams that show you like where most of your breast tissue is, because most of your breast tissue, it could be even like with the nipple like right in the middle, or you could have like your nipple could be up high and most of your breast tissue is underneath, or your nipple could be low with most of your breast tissue on top. And there are different bras that fit those different shapes. So it's like I am a size 32F. 32F, which means I'm a skinny bitch with medium-sized boobs. And my fullness is more on the bottom. So I have like specific bra styles that will fit me better than other ones. So yay. Cries in 36B. Oh, I know. It's so rough. Get you some Prague, Charlotte. Get on that Prague. Je ne mange pas pamplemousse. You don't eat pamplemousse? Cries in 2x4? No. Oh, no. Listen, I consider myself fortunate to be a skinny bitch with medium boobs. It is a decent place to be. I mean, it's awesome because I can either wear a push-up bra and then I have boobs, or wear like a bodice or a corset and then there's boobs. And then I could put on a binder and then they just go away. I only ever felt comfortable getting a bra fitting or purchasing bras at a place called Top Drawer in New Hampshire. Nice. Yeah, I have one of these. It's a tailor's tape. And so, yeah, you can measure yourself at home. The trouble is all the bra styles that are supposed to be able to fit me, like most of them I cannot access on like Amazon or whatever. So, bras be expensive. Anyway, not trying to have an entire Brazier conversation. We have more politics to get to. I've never had a bra fitting. I had a bra fitting when I was like a teenager, but again, it was like Victoria's Secret and I was a teenager. So, and they only do the one measurement across the fullest part of your chest, but it's more comprehensive if you do like 3 different measurements, or like I think 6 different measurements. Yeah. Asuka T-posing, ready to be measured. True. Just like, yeah, I was like, am I going to hit the wall? T-pose, measure me. Measure me, Captain. I don't know why Captain. That's just what happened when my mouth made noises. Yeah, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Miss Brassiere Conversation. I'm going to start doing voice acting. Did I tell you that? I could easily do news anchor. I can do news guy so well. Let me do news guy. Please let me do news guy in your one-shot voice acting thing. And in this corner, from New Jersey. I don't know. We're just making shit up at this point. My voice is so thrashed right now. I'm so dry. Ladles and jelly spoons. That's a good one. I like that. Yeah, that's the match announcer. Get a drinky. I am running out of water. My voice is thrashed because I've been talking for 3 hours. At a certain point, there's only so much I can do. Yeah. News anchor sitting down like, hello and welcome to Gay News with your host, Luxander. In today's news at 11, we have incoming water shortages. Do you have what it takes to survive? To beat the heat? I could also do a girl version probably, but I don't really practice girl version very much. Yeah. Like, thanks, Tom. Today at 9, we're going to be looking at a wonderful fluff story about kittens and water balloons. And then, follow up at 11, we'll be looking at some ridiculous turf bullshit. Instantly trust anything you say. True. I literally could be a news anchor. How does the girl voice even sound? I don't ever do a recording and listen to it. I don't do feminization. Mm-hmm. Good grief. It doesn't sound girly, TBH. I didn't think so. I was like, I'm not really trying that hard. Oh, man. It also, I think, to some extent, I don't know, the girl voice doesn't necessarily require you to bring it actually up in the tone. But it is, yeah, I would have to practice it a little bit. Oh, man, it's warm. Can you do the female radical fox anchor? Who is that? I don't know that one. Valley girl, California blonde, mean girl trope, etc. Mm-hmm. I guess I can do boy voices more easily. Oh man, maybe I will have to grab myself some more water because I am running out here. Maybe we should do our little break. Lux hot, contributing to global warming. It's true. It keeps swinging wildly back and forth between being kind of chilly outside and then being kind of warm. And so I don't want to keep flipping the heat on and off, but it is kind of necessary. Do the mean girl senator from I didn't see that. I saw that Vosh was like, why are these people acting like this? And I assume that's who he was referring to. Ooh, going to play basketball. Nice. Heck yeah. Okay. So I'm going to run and do my little midstream kind of little break, 5 minutes or so. And when I get back, we have 3 more topics to cover. So don't go too far, all right? Don't go too far. We'll be back momentarily. I'm going to give you to the bugs. I need to put that I'm going to be back in a minute. Okay. Okay, I'm going to give you to the bugs, and I'll be back in a minute, all right? Behave and don't go anywhere, or I will squeeze you. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. You heard my threats. No. Jump scare. Hi. I've returned. Are you afraid? Be not afraid. I command it of you. Be not afraid. Okay. Well, hopefully you all didn't burn anything down while I was gone. The break is over. Eep. Between Lux, Planar Walk, and Alice in Wonderland, global warming is out of control. It's out of control. Change this again. There we go. Okay. So ready. By the way, you can always drop me a $5 dono if you want. That makes my life better. Thank you. Victory or death. Preferably victory, though. What's up, Junebug? So, we have 3 stories left. We might as well get cracking. Alright, we'll get crack-a-lackin'. Are we going to get to 100 likes today? There is a distinct possibility. That's my new favorite thing. Getting to 69 is like my favorite thing, but my newest favorite thing is getting to 100. It's the best. Just got back from the gym. What are we talking about now? I have 3 subjects left to discuss today. Number 1, proposed Missouri bill would make teachers register as sex offenders if they were found to be supporting trans students who are socially transitioning. Basically, an editorial saying that people are suspiciously happy, trans people are suspiciously happy. Like it's not possible. What's up, Andra? Hello, welcome. How's it going? And then we're going to discuss the TikTok ban that is being proposed. So let's start with the Missouri one, shall we? Start with Misery. Misery loves company. Water. Ooh, that's quite lemony. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. Missouri has been really going all out for a while on all the anti-trans bills. They introduced like a huge number of anti-trans bills at the beginning of this season, and they hear like the maximum number of trans bills they can at any given time. I'm gonna wait for my cat to stop digging in the cat box. He's gonna take a minute. Like, I know you can't hear it, but I will be able to hear it later. Or maybe you can't hear it. I don't know if you can. Okay, you're done now? Thank you. Just lots of crazy stuff happening in Missouri at the state level. We do know trans cat dad who lives in, like, Columbia, Missouri, got them to pass a safe haven protection for trans people in that city. So individual places in Missouri can be okay. But overall, as a state, boy howdy, they need some work. You gotta calm down. So this most recent thing is a bill that's proposed which would make teachers have to go on the sex offenders registry if they were found to be supporting trans students in their social transition. Excuse me. Now, I do believe that Missouri has made child transition illegal, basically. Oh, hold on. Yeah, everything's fine? Okay, everything's fine. Unless they were grandfathered in, I guess. But I think that basically they've made trans medical transition illegal in Missouri. And this is saying, like, okay, I guess you cannot literally make it illegal for a child to socially transition. Like, you cannot make it literally illegal for them to cut their hair or request a different name. But what you can do is call teachers sex offenders for supporting this social transition thing, which just seems kind of crazy. Charging teachers and counselors with a felony, requiring them to register as sex offenders if they're found guilty of supporting trans students who are socially transitioning. Bill introduced by Representative Jamie Gregg If passed and signed into law, this legislation would criminalize the act of, quote, contributing to social transition for anyone acting in an official capacity at their school, including providing informational or material support. So I think, I don't know, maybe even referring you to something that's a supportive material could be considered supporting the social transition, and therefore a felony. Like a felony. A felony. That's crazy. The bill defines social transitioning as, quote, the process by which an individual adopts the name, pronouns, gender expression, such as clothing or haircuts, that match the individual's gender identity and not the gender assumed by the individual's sex at birth. So I think that ultimately what this is going to do, it is going to prevent teachers from being able to use any nickname just in case it is accidentally socially transition support. No pronoun changes, gender expressions such as clothing or haircuts. Does that mean that a girl can't get a pixie cut, like a short haircut? Are girls going to be not allowed to wear pants? Like, where are the lines here? Does it go into detail? I don't know. I haven't read the actual law, but if I would guess that it did not go into any further detail than what is explicitly put here. So just generally speaking, clothing or haircuts that match the opposite gender are not allowed. Okay, interesting. Oh, so this also could include jail time. In Missouri, a person charged with a Class E felony can face a maximum of 4 years in prison. A Tier 1 sex offender could also remain on the sex offender registry for up to 15 years. Wow, I just like, I almost feel like I don't know what to say. Like, I cannot imagine, like, how can you justify it being a sex crime? What are other crimes that are at the same level of punishment? I would have to look into it. Like, what currently constitutes something worthy of putting you on the sex offender registry in the state of Missouri? Because it seems like you shouldn't be saying, okay, calling a kid by the name that they've requested is equivalent to crimes such as actually physically harming a child sexually. Like they're putting those on the same category. Like, you have to be on a public list that people can check and be like, ooh, does a sex offender live near me? For calling a kid by the name that they've asked you to call them. This is going to result in a teacher shortage. There's no way in hell people would want to teach there. I mean, honestly, I do think that's maybe not intentional in this case. I do think there are parts of this that are intentionally ruining schools, right? Like when you open up schools to lawsuits for this kind of liability, like, oh, you let a trans girl use the same bathroom as my cisgender girl child, like I'm now going to sue you for $100,000. Like, that's a way of indirectly defunding the schools. So I don't know that they're purposefully trying to create an environment that is hostile to their employees, but they are in effect creating an environment that is toxic for their employees. Like, seriously, imagine being worried that you cannot even have a conversation with a kid about supportive concepts about gender, because this also does restrict the teaching. Like, I'm sure that this is also going to restrict the teaching, because in order to avoid being seen as like positively supporting transition, like, I don't know if it's going to extend that far out to a whole don't say gay thing. I wouldn't be surprised, but maybe this one is a little bit more limited in its scope. Oh yeah, and it would end those teachers' careers effectively. That's true. For sure. If you got put on the sex offender registry for this, that's good luck ever getting a job teaching again. Oh man. Ugh. Itchy. And these are the people who are saying stuff about like the death of the tomboy. Oh, little girls can't even be tomboys anymore without you assuming that they're trans. And bills like this would literally like prevent kids from being able to like cut their hair. Be like, oh, you look too tomboyish, and if a teacher is expressing any support of that, then that's a problem. You can't compliment a kid's haircut. You literally cannot compliment kids' haircuts because it might be construed as you complimenting them making a gender expression change on their bodies. I'm reading a little bit more to see what else there is here. Someone said in a statement to CNN that they think that this bill is going to die in committee hearings, but points out that it is increasingly alarming to watch extremist state legislators peddle anti-trans hate and continue to introduce discriminatory policies. Right, because even if this bill doesn't pass, even if none of these bills restricting trans access to public life pass, like, even if none of them pass, there will still be more anti-trans rhetoric afterwards, because even if you didn't pass it, you did successfully push the Overton window further over to say it's acceptable to go after trans people like this. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I mean, some homophobe or transphobe could lie and say that you did something you didn't and get you into legal trouble with this. Mm-hmm. So yeah, just gradually more and more and more targeting of not just trans people in general, but children who don't have the resources that they need to like be happy and healthy. And for a lot of these kids, their only resource is the teacher at school. I've asked this of my chat before. How many people here had like an English teacher or an art teacher or maybe a history teacher who was your queer safe person? Like maybe they weren't queer, but they were the person that you went to knowing that they were safe. It seems like it's always an English teacher or an art teacher. But you're taking away from kids the one thing. It's been shown that if trans youth have a higher rate of suicidal ideation or self-harm, that risk is reduced dramatically by having just one person in their lives who are affirming their name and pronouns. Literally one person. It changes by like at least a 10-point amount. Like, I think that the reduction in suicidal ideation and behaviors when a kid has one supportive person, I think it drops by like at least 10%. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it might even be bigger than that. I'm hedging a little bit. I'm being conservative that the suicidal risk drops by a lot. One person. That's it. Law professor, English teacher, art teacher. Excuse me. Journalism teacher. Excuse me. Oh my God. Again. I need a clip you saying I'm being conservative and post it out of context. That would be funny. And yeah, for kids with parents who aren't supportive, with families who aren't supportive, having a teacher there can make a big difference. And here's the other thing. What if the what if the parents want the school to affirm the social transition? This is taking choice away from parents about how they want their children to be raised and addressed and taught in the schools. I can't believe it took me this long to realize that just covering this, but it seriously, what about the parents who say, I want you to call my kid by a different name, I want you to use different pronouns? Those parents just they just can't send their kids to public school? It's that conservative thing where in some places they're saying, we want to make sure that we're protecting the rights of parents to decide that their kids, should not have to be called these different pronouns, or shouldn't be called these different pronouns because the parents don't want. And then in this other situation, it's like, we don't give a shit what the parents want. We're taking away your right to have your kid affirmed at school, basically. And there's an urge to say that's inconsistent or hypocritical, but it's not, because they're consistent on the fact that they hate trans people and they think being cisgender is good. And they will be hypocritical about who gets to do what, when, where, and how in order to be consistent on that goal of wanting to dramatically reduce the rate of trans people in society. It would surprise me a lot if there was there can't be an exception to a sex crime. They're making it a sex crime to call a kid by the wrong pronoun, or according to them, the wrong pronoun. So yeah, there's no exceptions to that. They can't be unless the parent wants us to. It's point blank period. They're turning it into a sex crime. Yeah, they don't actually care about individual rights. they just want to impose their worldview on everyone. Christian supremacists, cis supremacists, white supremacists, they just clearly put some people on a higher echelon. Excuse me. Ugh. I'm such a wiggly boy. I change my legs over all the time. Ooh, we're approaching 100 likes. I love it when we are approaching 100 likes. Isn't that wonderful? Okay, I think I'm done with that segment. I've covered everything that I can cover. We did it. Missouri sex offender teachers. Boom. So sick and tired of these people. I know. It's crazy. It's frustrating seeing things go backwards. Me and 3 friends set up a trans mask support group 20 years ago. It's a conservative backlash to a temporary increase in acceptance. The last time this happened, it was World War II. I think. Right, it was Weimar, or was Weimar a Republic before World War One? Because during the Weimar Republic, they were very supportive of trans people. And there was that part of how they fueled recruitment to the Nazi Party was by denouncing transvestitism, I think is what it would have been called at the time. And in addition to talking about Jewish people and homosexuals, they were big on cracking down on homosexuality, the Germans. Okay, Weimar. Okay, thank you. I was right in the first place. It was between World War I and II. Cool. So just to be clear, the last time there was a really big upswell of positive acceptance toward trans people, I think that the conservative backlash, you could say that was part of what was happening with the Nazis. So, yay. Yeah, Nazis were saying that gay people and trans people were a Jewish plot to destroy society. Guess what has changed about that rhetoric in the last 100 years? I'll wait. There was also a backlash to gay rights during the AIDS crisis in the 1980s. Really? Was there an increasing amount of gay acceptance before the AIDS crisis? History doesn't repeat, but it sure rhymes a lot. I mean, I feel like they're repeating it right now, but let's see how it goes. They're just like they're repeating the same words just about different groups of people, whereas they used to say that gay people were a contagion, they could infect you and change you. They're just saying the same thing about trans people now. Ooh, we got 2 more stories left. It's gonna be so good. Yeah, it works. Unfortunately. Conservative means to conserve everything, including their brain. Yeah, they can't use too much of it. They have to conserve it. There wasn't an upswell of acceptance in society, but there was Magnus Hirschfeld and his institute. Police were in general violent to trans folks, but he managed to secure passes to allow trans people to wear their clothes and be exempt. Things were improving, but weren't exactly good. Okay, that's a fair criticism. I think that's fair. The US wasn't anywhere near as queer friendly before AIDS as it has been in the 90s and the 2000s, but there was just enough to backlash against it at the time. And it was easy, you know, I don't know. I guess I view there was this intense negativity toward HIV, AIDS, and gay people during that time. But it's like, I don't think it was preceded by anything in particular. I guess I would have to think about like when did the AIDS epidemic really pick up versus when was the first Pride, right? Because we just hit the 50-year mark. Man, my back is sore. I'm gonna need to do some like yoga after stream today and stretch. Do some twists. Do some cat cows. Cat cows are really good for you. I'm getting old, y'all. I'm turning 30. AIDS and Reaganomics timeline. Well, yeah, I was thinking like more like Pride, because like there were laws restricting gay people in public, and that's why we have Stonewall, right? But like I don't know when that was exactly compared to like when did the AIDS epidemic really pick up. Stretchy Sunday. Ugh. There's a chair that I want, and I was trying to put it on my throne wish list earlier, and I couldn't, and I don't know why. Ooh, we're almost at 100 likes. God bless you guys. We have 2 more stories to talk about, and about 50 minutes before we normally would be wrapping the stream. So let's see what we can do. But I want one of those chairs that has it has a little foot pad thing that you can move around. It's like $350. It's crazy how expensive it is. But I sit cross-legged all the time. And actually, I just recently learned that that is a thing that people with POTS do, I guess, to help conserve some of their heart energy, because I guess instead of pumping blood all the way down to the floor and then back up, holding your feet in your lap can kind of help with your blood flow. But then my legs start to get kind of tingly sometimes. So I just need like a place to cross my legs, but not have to sit on top of them. And then it wouldn't let me add the chair to my wish list. I'm like, I don't know why it wouldn't let me, but maybe I'll try again later. Just in case there's a different group of people in here from last time, reminder, my birthday is at the end of the month. Check out the wish list if you want, and drop me a $5 dono so that I can buy myself some cake. Oh my gosh, what I really want is cannoli. That's what I wanted for my birthday last year, and I haven't had cannoli since my birthday last year, or like since before my birthday last year. I didn't get any last year. So, yeah, I want cannoli, but it's like a baked good that I don't know where to get a hold of it, and it's kind of difficult to make, so I don't want to just make it myself. Where do I get cannoli? Can I order cannoli on Amazon and get it sent to me in a refrigerated or cooled like environment? I don't know, but I guess tiramisu also would be an acceptable alternative. I don't get very many nice treats, so a wonderful baked good would be optimal. I'm gonna drink more water. Pizza place or Italian restaurant? I don't know if any Italian restaurants nearby have the cannoli. Tiramisu is good. I know, it's amazing. Pizza place, though. Pizza place have cannoli? Maybe. It's my birthday tomorrow, but I'm feeling rather ambivalent about it. I'm sorry to hear that you're not more excited. I'm enthused about my birthday, but it's okay if you're not enthused about yours. Hopefully you have a decent day anyway. Oh my god. What should we end on tonight? Should we end on the TikTok ban, or should we end on the suspiciously happy thing? Yeah, the cannoli quest. No kidding. I know, I'm so excited about 30. It's gonna be fun. Treat yourself with cannoli fresh out of Italy. Expensive, but for Spawn Day, yeah, you mean like me fly to Italy and get some fresh cannoli? It's not out of the question, like, in 10 years maybe. We want to end on the suspiciously happy one? We want to do TikTok first? Yeah, you did miss a lot of this stream. It's been 3 hours, but we still are going to go for at least another 45 minutes, if not like an hour. I mean, however long it takes me to get done with these segments. Not a chain pizza place. So I have to find an independent pizza place and ask if they have cannoli. Better to end on a cleanser segment. Okay, fair enough. True. So we'll do TikTok first. Ooh. I think I did look it up at some point, like how to make cannoli, and I immediately realized that this was a little bit too much for me. Fly it in. Yeah, let me just go. I'm gonna order some cannoli from Italy and have it flown in for my birthday. You realize that it is a dairy product, right? Like, it's full of cream in the middle, and it's like, it's dairy, and it needs to be refrigerated. Would I risk it though? Would I risk getting sick from slightly old cannoli just to have cannoli fresh from fucking Italy? That seems like a decadence that I cannot afford. Ah, man, I would be such a fancy pants boy if I ordered cannoli from Italy. That's the one reason I want to travel. You know, I've talked about it with my partner before. Like, you can see pictures of a lot of cool stuff. You know, like you can see pictures of the Grand Canyon, you can see pictures of the Eiffel Tower, which obviously, you know, going up the Eiffel Tower is not the same. It's not like you can climb down into the Grand Canyon though. So I don't really necessarily want to go places to see cool stuff, although I definitely still would. If I were going to a cool place, I would go to see cool stuff there. But my reason for wanting to travel is almost exclusively food related. You know, people risk way more on expensive seafood. No kidding. Like I would love to go to. I don't really want to go to Japan actually, even to get really good food because I just don't want to be there. But like I do love the idea of getting a really really nice omakase meal, where they get fresh seasonal seafood. Not chef. The chef is the wrong word, but you know what I mean. The guy makes it that day, and he creates each individual bite for each person, and you eat like one piece of sushi at a time. That sounds amazing. Going to France, there's so much great food there. Like the baked goods and like so many decadent meals. Italy, also a banger for great food. Those are I want to travel exclusively to just have delicious, delicious food. But I'm not going to do any kind of travel like that, probably. I mean, even if I could afford it, at least another 10 years, you know? We have to wait for COVID to chill the fuck out. If it's going to. So, for now, I just have to have it shipped over here. Yeah, Food Travels Channel when. I've been in 8 states in the US for work, but I've never gotten to see the ocean. I would say you should make a little road trip sometime and just spend a weekend in a state that has ocean in it. Because ocean is really cool. I miss mountains. I kind of miss ocean, not that much. I mostly miss mountains. I live in Kansas. It's flat here. Ooh, we just hit 100 likes. Ooh, baby. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for, liking, sharing, commenting, subscribing, all that jazz. And all that jazz. Okay, we're going to read about TikTok now. I definitely wouldn't have been okay if Oregon was flat. I need my hills. We have hills. We have plenty of hills. We have big hills here. But, not mountains. It's different. Yeah, you can have mountains. You need to hear the ocean and smell it. It's definitely an experience. I did it when I was a really little kid, so I guess it's doesn't really have a lot of like awe to me. Hills are smooth, mountains are pokey. That's definitely the case. Someday is the Appalachian Mountain Range going to become just hills? It's technically still mountains now, but is it going to become hills? It's just going to keep settling down and down and down? Yeah, I don't know if there are really any good pizza places in Kansas. Wah. Okay. I feel like there's been discussion about a possible TikTok ban for a long time. I feel like this has been a conversation ongoing for at least a year now, where because it's owned by a Chinese company, the US government wants to put a bunch of restrictions on it or outright ban it. And we're coming up soon on an attempt to push through legislation outright banning TikTok. Really, was Trump talking about it during his presidency? God, it's been years. Okay, I don't really want you to play over here. Okay, cool. So we have a bill that actually has bipartisan support, bipartisan consensus. Let's see here. On the grounds of national security, this is gaining steam. The House Energy and Commerce Committee voted to pass this bill Thursday, sending it over to the floor. And of course, then it'll start bouncing back and forth. Joe Biden has said he would sign this bill into law if Congress passes it. So that is not good. TikTok has 50 million users in the US. There's no precedent for this kind of ban, according to this MSNBC article. And it raises First Amendment questions, obviously. It's called the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, introduced this week by Reps Mike Gallagher, Raha Krishnamurthy, and they're calling for the parent company of TikTok, which is called ByteDance, to sell the app within 5 months of the law passing, or just simply face removal from US app stores. So it's currently owned by this place in China. And because it is located in China, I guess this means that the Chinese Communist Party could be using TikTok for data surveillance, or they could be manipulating algorithms to meddle in the political life of this biggest geopolitical rival. So this is, to be totally clear, this is the exact reason why they're trying to get rid of TikTok. They're trying to get rid of TikTok because it is a place where young people politically agitate, and that's it. So they're using this rationale, oh, the company who owns TikTok is based in China and therefore something Chinese Communist Party influencing our elections. But what's really happening is it's just a bunch of really upset Americans putting pro-Palestine content up, consuming pro-Palestine content, for example. Like, pro-Israel content is not doing as well. Joe Biden, when he started his account recently over there on TikTok for their campaign, is not doing so well. That's the entire rationale. And they want to put a stop to all of this organizing. It is Americans using this website or this app to organize and spread information, and they're radicalizing, and that is what it is that the government wants to stop. It's not about national security, blah, 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 Chinese Communist Party. It's about putting a stop, or at least putting a temporary hold on political agitation and radicalization, where people are increasingly unhappy with the US government and frankly pretty hostile toward it. It's Raja. I don't care about these people. They're the worst. Here's the thing about me. I don't pronounce people's names correctly if I don't like them. Like, you know, I'm not going to do it wrong on purpose to start with, but if I'm already in the habit of saying it wrong, I'm not going to, like, update it. Let's see. So TikTok is kind of fighting back on this a little bit. On Thursday, oh my God, is there another burp coming? Why? No? No. Okay, cool. The app prompted its adult users to, quote, speak up against the bill and directed them to their local members of Congress, which seemed to have immediate results. I didn't know that it was not just an interpersonal call to action, but the app itself was like, hey, can you please request that this not happen? And then a bunch of people who use TikTok, so some of these individual House speakers' offices, not House Speaker, these House members' offices were sometimes fielding upward of 20 calls per minute, according to 8 different congressional aides, because a bunch of TikTok users are like, hey, yo, stop. These are a base of mostly young people. It's difficult to predict how they'll respond over the longer term. Yeah, like, people are really, I mean, going to TikTok for news. They're going to TikTok. I have learned stuff on TikTok that I did not know otherwise. And then when I go and check and corroborate, it turns out to be true. Like, I learned about evaporative cooling and the climate injustice of the fact that trees are not planted in poor neighborhoods, which just contributes to, like, the disparity between rich people and poor people. And that often also correlates with white people and black people. So, like, planting trees needs to be done in poor and black neighborhoods in order to prevent there from being an increasing disparity where the energy costs in those neighborhoods are higher and there's less availability of outdoor activity because it's too hot from the evaporative cooling effect from trees. TikTok has taught me all kinds of crazy shit, and I can understand young people being super pissed if they were not able to go there anymore. So the thing is, the government is saying, okay, well, maybe we won't outright ban TikTok if this Chinese company sells it to an American company, which of course is then going to be subject to all of the same stuff that American companies are. Yeah, you got to get through the initial TikTok sludge. Yeah, this article points out that some users are seeing information circulating on TikTok and other social media apps on controversial issues like the Israel-Hamas war. I don't like this framing. It's not the Israel-Hamas war. It's not a war. Well, one side has rocks and the other side has tanks. It's not a war. Anyway, as an alternative to establishment media, it's conceivable that some young people upset over Israel's brutal treatment of Gaza might perceive a ban as an attempt to suppress the spread of such stories. Yeah, duh, it obviously is. And John Fetterman has said, does John Fetterman worry about the electoral effects of banning TikTok? And John Fetterman, who we don't like anymore, said, well, no shit, of course. You know, I appreciate the honesty even if I really don't like him anymore. Of course, the objections to a possible ban don't just go, it's not just young people being mad about losing their app. But apparently, this person wrote last year, advocates for civil liberties and a less invasive internet have argued that a TikTok ban might be valuable for politicians eager to boast about sticking it to Beijing, but they would fail to resolve some of the very issues they're claiming to address. So even with TikTok banned, China could still amass data from American online activity using data brokers. You can already buy all that information. MSNBC posits that the most imminent threat to the bill could come from none other than the previous most prominent champion of a TikTok ban in America, being Mr. Trump. The former president attempted to force a TikTok sale with a ban threat using an executive order while he was in office, but that attempt was blocked by the courts. On Thursday, Trump suddenly announced he'd changed his mind, saying, quote, if you get rid of TikTok, Facebook and Zuckerschmuck will double their business. I don't want Facebook, who cheated in the last election, doing better. They are a true enemy of the people. So yeah, of course that's all silly, but it seems like Trump obviously would be in support of this bill, which makes it so weird. This is a bipartisan effort. It's because it's really, China is like the modern day Russia when we're talking about being in competition. It's not going to be like, I don't know. It just seems like they're using China as this excuse to do crap in the same way that we have previously. It's like, okay, well, Russia's going to keep amping this up, so we need to put even more money in the military. Yeah, it's literally like a kind of Cold War, it seems like. And again, I haven't read the specific wording of this bill, but who knows? Like, this is going to open the door potentially to even more cracking down. Because, you know, even if you get rid of TikTok, the same kind of political agitation is going to happen on other platforms. Or, you know, if they sell TikTok to an American company, I guess it depends on what that American company is. Are they going to start cracking down on pro-Palestine content? Or what is going to be the deal there? Are they going to manage to take the teeth out? Because I feel like Facebook, for example, and I'm not really on Threads or Instagram, so you'll have to tell me if this is true for other meta sites as well. But on Facebook, it does seem to me like it's not a good environment for politically organizing because those posts don't get prioritized into people's feeds. Twitter, most of the time, has been a little bit more of an equal opportunity access kind of website where your political agitation posts can pick up speed and go viral even. But it seems to me like Facebook is not the place for that because of the way that their algorithms deprioritize radical content. And that means that if TikTok gets bought out by a company like Meta, I doubt that they would allow them to be sold to Meta because of that being a risk of too much of a monopoly. But like, let's say that YouTube acquires TikTok. Maybe even that would be not very good. But yeah, it's like, how, you know, there's no way to make sure that once it's sold to an American company that it wouldn't suddenly be subject to the influence of rich people here changing what kind of content is available. Just finding all kinds of new and indirect ways to attack free speech. It's good stuff. We do sometimes enforce monopoly laws. They enforced monopoly law recently with some kind of merger that was going to happen. And then there's like, I think I saw recently that Capital One is attempting to acquire Discover. And I feel like that's going to be an obvious block. Like, there are not very many like big credit card companies, it seems. I don't know. Maybe there's still just enough diversity that they would allow Capital One to eat up Discover. Warren Buffett, if Warren Buffett bought TikTok, maybe that would work. The way the algorithms are right now, my homophobic mom only sees right-wing conservative stuff when she looks up LGBT. Yeah. I think I'm going to wrap that segment there, the TikTok ban, and then we have one more segment today. But I was about to say, it's really fascinating having content go out to different audiences. Excuse me. Because, like, I recently posted a video on the channel about this cisgender girl who won Arizona State boys title in wrestling, and that was awesome. And I also concurrently posted a YouTube short that was basically just saying I think that we should get rid of men's and women's sports and just do like they do in wrestling and go off of height and weight classes, because women would perform better if they weren't being segregated into their own league. And it's like the way that I do my shorts is they don't publish to my subscribers. So that gives them a different opportunity to be boosted to a broader audience. And I also purposefully title my YouTube shorts in a way that would get them more mainstream attention, like more mainstream outrage attention. So I think that the video I posted was titled, the YouTube short was titled, "Trans Women Don't Belong in Women's Sports," or something like that. Which is because me saying, like, I don't think trans women should be in women's sports because I don't think there should even be women's sports. So I'm using a mainstream inflammatory title to try to catch people who might not normally see the content. It was not even a trans story, but I bet the comments were. So so I was going to say, the video that I posted on my channel, that was the long video going into details about what happened, and I make the same point in that video because it's a clip from that video that I made the short out of, but that went out to my subscribers. So I have the same content, the same idea going out to two different groups of people, and the people in my audience who watched it were like, oh my God, yes, someone finally said it, desegregate sports. And then the people on the YouTube short are all people who are not normally in my audience, who are a more mainstream audience. And y'all, I have had to block so many people from the channel lately. Like, oh man. And I'm getting a little bit trigger happy with it too, I'm sure. There are some times when people are like, I politely disagree. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care about your dumbass opinion. And then I block them from the channel forever. Not as often, but it's like, I don't know. I think it's partially because so many of these people are like, well, there's an obvious difference. And according to the way we do things currently, women are never able to meaningfully compete. And I'm like, your lack of imagination means that you're too stupid to be here. That's how I feel sometimes. Like the fact that you can't imagine that a lifetime of being segregated. Do you ever get the "you will never be a woman" comments? Oh my God, yes. they sometimes post the acronym WYNBAW, Yinba, you will never be a woman. And sometimes they call me a woman impersonator and stuff. Yeah. And I delete those obviously, but it is funny that I'm mildly androgynous and my hair is down, therefore I must be a trans woman. This is why I hate the term trans misogyny exempt, and I think it's stupid. Like, trans misogyny affected versus trans misogyny exempt. We're getting into niche Twitter territory here. Niche Twitter and Tumblr territory, I guess, but I am not exempt from trans misogyny, despite the fact that I am not a trans woman. I do, in fact, experience trans misogyny. I used to leave up all the chuds who commented on my chud bait videos, but those videos are more trouble than they're worth. Like, sure, I get more views, but it doesn't translate into channel growth and the annoyance of having that many morons in my comments. Yeah, I. It's definitely not worth it to me to have idiots in my comments. Now, my channel is growing, and I think that is partially because the shorts are going out to a broader audience, even if a lot of that audience is hateful. Like, the channel is undoubtedly growing right now, so I delete a lot all this hateful comments, but I still deliberately try to chud bait. Never heard that term, but it feels crappy. Can you explain? Trans misogyny is the specific kind of hatred that is directed towards trans women. When you're like, you'll never be a woman, you're just trying to make a mockery of womanhood, all those kind of things. Like, oh, trans women are predators and they want to trans your children. Like, yeah, those things are trans woman specific kinds of hatred. So this concept is that there are, like, basically, if you are trans feminine, you are affected by misogyny, or if you are exempt, I'm explaining for someone in the YouTube chat, like someone who's exempt. So basically, they're creating a false dichotomy, and they're using these terms instead of saying like someone who is assigned female versus someone who is assigned male, because anyone who uses these terms is kind of operating under the assumption that trans women or trans feminine people are experiencing like a unique and particular kind of oppression that other trans people can't be affected by. It's a way of propping up trans women as more oppressed than trans men. But in effect, I am androgynous, trans, and assigned female at birth, and people assume that I am a trans woman, and then they treat me badly on that basis. So, like, I am not exempt from being targeted by trans misogyny, even if I am not trans feminine. Like, if someone decides to be violent toward me because they think that I'm a woman with a penis, like, then I am being harmed by trans misogyny, even if it's misdirected. So, yeah, I think it's a stupid distinction that only serves to uphold dumb binaries. I feel like trans misogyny is more of an issue than trans misandry. Is that because I'm trans female, or is that true? I mean, they're just really different issues. I mean, sort of. Like, I don't think that they're... Honestly, today I would say that they're equal, and that in certain circles, trans misandry is worse. Because trans misandry is like the existence of that book, Irreversible Damage. Like, the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria, that also tends to focus a lot on young trans boys, young trans men who are being paternalistically treated like women. So that's a trans misandry specific thing. I have also, like, there's also this specific issue of like a trans man trying to get reproductive health care and being denied health care to such a degree that Robert Eads passed away from metastatic ovarian cancer. So, like, Trans men often experience misogyny in the form of infantilization too. So trans men are experiencing a kind of combined misogyny and trans misandry in combination. Because, like, yes, women are infantilized, but there is a particular way that trans men are infantilized that is specific to that experience, you know? Um, and yeah, so trans men and trans women are both being targeted for different reasons, but I would say the volume is up on both of those. And you know, trans women are subject to violence in the form of like sexual violence and being beaten up for being visibly trans, but trans men are also being physically attacked and like sexually assaulted for being trans. Like there was an 18-year-old who was shot and killed or stabbed and killed last year. I can't remember which one it was. For like because he was transmasculine and vulnerable. Like I'm just yeah, it's relatively equal right now. I'm AMAB non-binary, and this distinction seems super icky to me. Yeah, I don't enjoy it. I think it's stupid. Trans women get demonized more often than trans men. That's the only difference that I can see. Sort of depends. I would say it would be good if you are interested in seeing how like the trans masculine experience is in its unique ways kind of tricky and difficult. I would recommend checking out Ash Hardell. I haven't spoken to Ash in a long time, partially because Ash now has twins, and that obviously takes up a shit ton of your time. But they posted some videos like about a year ago. Um, so I think we're at part 2 now. There was this first video, Trauma, Transphobia, and the Internet, Why I Left for 2.5 years. And then a more recent follow-up one, Trans Kids, Growing Up or Groomed, When I Was Called a Predator. So this is showing that Ash Hardell, who is not a trans man, but is a non-binary person who was assigned female at birth and like just gave birth to children recently. So Ash has also been accused of being a predator and like has been involved like when people are saying, "Oh, these people are targeting children." You know, Peter Pan syndrome is something that trans masculine people can be accused of having. It's like, why do you want to appear so much like a young boy? It's like that's just how I look, dude. You just think I look young because I don't have facial hair or whatever. Yeah, so you know, in the conversation about who's being demonized, who's being called groomers, like someone insinuated about me on Twitter once that because I have a younger sibling who is trans, that I groomed them into being trans. So, like, literally, I have been accused of grooming someone. That's why you gotta be careful when you name search yourself, babes. Oh, and by the way, those people definitely know that I was assigned female. Like, they were also misgendering me with she, her pronouns. So, I think they know. Oh, that's so sad. I'm sorry, Charlotte. Charlotte says, as a trans mom, I've been actually really relieved to see my assigned male son expressing male gender identity. I'm relieved, but I shouldn't have to feel that. Yeah, like that if you're trans and if your kid ends up being trans, that is somehow an implication that you groomed them instead of like evidence that it's fucking hereditary. Hereditary. Oh my god, I can't talk. I was accused of grooming or being a predator because I let my teen neighbor come over to get out of his abusive household. He would come over crying, just wanting a safe place to be. Yeah. I, one of the schools that I went to, there was a gay teacher who was known to be like a safe person to go to if you were a queer teenager. And he opened his home sometimes if kids needed a place to be, like just, just a place to be. And because he was a gay teacher, like, I think after I left that school, he was accused of misconduct and ended up leaving the position, which was a bummer, huge bummer. Okay. Oh, hold on. I need that back. I need to put it in my notes. Give it back. Put it in my notes. Or did I already put this in here? Did I put TikTok ban in the notes? I did. I put TikTok ban in the notes. So we only have one story left today, you guys. Guys, gals, and NB pals, and all other creatures. I hate the groomer BS. It's so annoying being called that just talking to young people who are asking for advice. Yeah, like the idea that I should be afraid to be a role model or a mentor or an advisor or a confidant to a young person because I'm queer. Like it's so upsetting. It's like irritating. Like I am a caregiver. Like it's a thing that I honestly kind of wish I could turn off sometimes. But I'm gonna be that person who's like, I want to help you. I want to be supportive. And later, Charlotte, have a good night. Yeah. So it's not like I love being around children. It's not like I relish the opportunity to be around other people's children. But I definitely, if we lived in a village type setup, I would probably not have my own kids, and I would be like someone who helps teach, probably more than anything. Honestly, I think if you're living in an intentional community, then there's probably not a lot of time that kids are spending just being babysat. I don't think you have a babysitter in an intentional community. I think you, maybe for the youngest children, I mean, literally like kids who can't walk yet. But when you're starting to walk around, and probably when you start to get your language facilities a little bit more, so probably by age 4, instead of being in a babysitting situation, those children should just be on some kind of rotation where they're learning different things in the community and like spending time around different people performing different tasks and being given. When I was 4 years old, when I was less than 4 years old, as a matter of fact, I was like 3, asking if I could help wash the dishes. So like little kids do want to be involved. So I think if you're doing intentional community, you would probably not stick kids in just babysitting. So I would just be on the rotation for, yeah, whatever I'm doing today, I will watch 1 or 2 young children, maybe just 1, and like let them hang around and teach them how to do stuff. You know, it's a communal effort. I personally am annoyed by children. Right. I'm annoyed by a lot of children. I'm annoyed by children who are not very well behaved. Gonna go try again to get gas for my chainsaw and pick up wife from work. Later. Have fun out there. On the farm life. Excuse me. Oh my god. My throat's so gunky. Gunk. Gunk, 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 gunk. Good to hear that the kid got out, though, for sure. Okay, we got one more story. One more story. Hail hydrate. I'm so glad that we got to 103 likes today, by the way. You can always pump the numbers up higher, but I'm going to be content if we stop there. Good, I'm proud of you, YouTube chat. Continue saying nice things. See, I don't believe anyone who says, oh, I'm not responsible for what my audience does. Like, we watched Haya Reichik on her, like, interview with Taylor Lorenz, and she keeps positing basically that she thinks that it's not the responsibility of the influencer what their people end up doing after the posts. And I'm like, I've watched it happen. If you cultivate a hateful environment, they're going to be hateful and do hateful things. If you cultivate a nice, kind, loving environment, then people are going to take that and perpetuate it out. So, yeah, I do take full credit for having a nice, cool, kind chat who says nice things and like y'all are supportive toward each other. You know, because of the whole parasocial thing, it's like not possible for me to be friends with basically any of you. Maybe some of you sometimes, on very rare occasions, those relationships can develop, but like mostly not. So you guys have to be friends with each other. Like that's the thing. I am just here to facilitate a space for you all to get to know each other. And yes, there are other gay farm people here. Kitty Tick in the website chat with the purple name has like a farmish type situation in the Pacific Northwest. I'm starting a community garden this year. Yeah, Chaya, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. She's so weird. She does sound like a dumb Valley girl. I want to I feel like I should hesitate calling her dumb because it might be an actual hate crime. But yeah, I'm doing a community garden this year. You guys, my basil are sprouting. I think maybe one of my tomato seeds just started to pop up today too. But I sowed them last week, and there's a video up on my Patreon right now about it. For $1 a month, you can see posts about my garden on Patreon. And then a couple days later, the video that I just posted is going to go public on my second channel, which is just called Luxander 2. I'll change the name eventually. Yeah, so I'm planting tomatoes and basil. I already sowed the seeds indoors, and they're going to start growing. My basil is all starting to pop up, and it's really cute. And then I'll plant them in the ground in a few months. But yeah, so I'm getting into garden gay stuff because we are 100% heading toward food shortages in a very extreme way, like globally. Like a huge chunk of the world's wheat comes from Ukraine. Large swaths of the U.S. are not going to be. That is what the channel is going to be changed to. I've already decided. Like none of the other names even came close to being my favorite. But yeah, it's like it's an inevitability that we're on the way to food shortages. So I'm trying to figure out how can I ensure that me, my family, and my community are going to be protected from those kind of changes. Keeping a veggie garden is one of the things I miss about being in touch with my parents. I miss compost. Compost. I made a joke to my partner that I want to create a Make Agriculture Gay Again hat. Yeah, I just don't. I think that those MAGA made you look hats are just not very funny. That's just me personally. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Winter's Night. Like the idea that the U.S. might be headed towards some kind of second civil war. I was reading something recently that was showing what are the different threat assessments globally, looking at the next couple years versus looking at the next 10 years. And it's like, yeah, geopolitical instability is a short term concern, but then if you start looking at the 10-year concern, it stops being as big of a concern because then we're looking more at like instead of geopolitical war type issues, we're going to be looking at like socioeconomic climate related catastrophe essentially. So, yeah, baby plants, they're so tiny. They're so tiny. Normally it's garbage in, garbage out, but with compost, it's garbage in, fertile soil out. I know. We love composting. I have some compost left over um, from a couple years ago, and I'm gonna hopefully treat it and use that as part of my little topsoil situation. So excited. I can't even do any of the garden stuff until like literally May. I've chosen a hobby that at this time of year is very put it in place and then leave it alone for a while and occasionally add a little bit of water to it. So I don't get to actively work on it. I guess that's kind of the cool thing about a bigger garden or even a homestead situation is that you've got more different stuff that you can do. With the compost, we had 5-foot high tomato plants. Nice. I don't know if my tomatoes are gonna get that tall because I'm deliberately kind of overcrowding the plot. Compost, compost. We should get this last section done. We all know the WPATH, right? It's the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, or something very similar to that. They're the people who set the guidelines for how to give trans people health care. They're not really like there's no trans people on the board, really, though. It's like they're not like a trans positive organization. They're just the people who have taken the information of what works. Does psychotherapy work to relieve trans people's stress, or does transition help? And because more often transition works, they issue the official guidance saying, yes, we should support transition. We should give people this healthcare. We should give teenagers puberty blockers because according to the evidence, it has these XYZ positive effects. If you have your own land and woody food plants, you'll have plenty to do this time of year. Yeah, clearing the area in the spring and everything. If I had a yard, I would have plenty to do, but I don't have a yard. Unfortunate. So yeah, WPATH is what they're called. Apparently there was recently a leak, and it's being called the WPATH Files. Some posts from a forum, like it's a document from Aaron in the morning, says conservative activists released a document purported to expose, quote, the worst medical scandal in history. It was a set of selectively cherry-picked and often decontextualized forum posts from an internal bulletin board in WPATH, where doctors could ask one another questions and share clinical observations. Aaron went through and fact-checked this document, which featured 37,000 words of editorial commentary, and she found there were 216 instances of errors, misrepresentation of data and citations, misrepresentations of the actual leaked material, and more. A number which is continuing to grow the more people scrutinize this document. One section in particular caught Aaron's eye, and that's what we're going to be covering today. The authors seemingly expressing frustration that trans regret rate is so low, going so far as to call it, quote, suspicious that trans people are so happy. The section in question, like many other sections, frames something in the leaks that could otherwise be read as positive, being, quote, actually scandalous. So Marcy Bowers, in a discussion about detransitioners, notes that regret rates tend to be very low for trans care. Another post weighs in that in 25 years, they have seen 600 patients and only 4 detransitioners. Those two leaks obviously dispute the idea that trans people are filled with regret and that transition does not make people happier. So this editorialization goes with this other tactic saying that it's, quote, suspicious that trans people are so happy. Here's the quote. This section is titled Suspiciously Low Regret Rates. Quote, this reluctance to acknowledge regret may stem from a reluctance to confront the consequences of trans people's own choices. In the first follow-up study, so they're basically saying, like, the only way to explain the low regret rate is because those people who regret it are not willing to discuss it. They're not willing to confront the consequences of their own choices. Saying in the first follow-up study of patients, at the time referred to as transsexuals, there are so many weird typos in here. at the time referred to as transsexuals, conducted approximately 15 years after the Netherlands began offering sex trait modification interventions. In bold, the majority of participants reported being happy and feeling no regret, despite researchers noting that an improvement in, quote, actual life situations was not always observed. And then they continue, rather than being proof that sex trait modification surgeries are the cure for gendered distress, these low regret rates are cause for investigation. Like, it turns out if you have a problem with your body and then you fix the problem with your body, you don't have a problem with your body anymore, it turns out. And that, like, yeah, for trans people, the main issue that we have is our gender incongruence. And yes, we still face we still face adversity, but it's been shown over and over again. And we just were looking at it with the US trans census as well, that yeah, our lives don't always get materially better. Like, maybe even they get materially worse in some ways. Maybe we start with family support, but we transition and we lose it. Maybe we start with a job and we transition and we lose it. But we're happier than we were before if we're on the medical care, because that's our main problem. Like, everything else is easier to deal with if you are one in your body. Right, it's almost like they have a conclusion here, and evidence to the contrary is just sus by default. Like, we believe that there should be a high regret rate, so if there's a low regret rate, then we need to scrutinize that data, as opposed to just understanding that there isn't a cause for concern here. As with virtually every portion of the WPATH files, Aaron says, the authors do not present the very next lines of the study in the Netherlands, authors stating that they considered this and found it uncompelling, saying, taking into account that the evaluation has been marginal and does not warrant far-reaching conclusions, we assume that the research findings do not indicate that the reported subjective well-being should be regarded as unreliable or misleading. So they considered that that might be something that people would go after. And they are like, we've looked at the research findings and we do not see any indication that this is unreliable data or misleading data. The study then concluded there is no reason to doubt the therapeutic effect of sex reassignment surgery. So yeah, I'm sure she's going to continue like, oh yeah. This is the US trans survey that we talked about previously. The full survey results are not out yet, but the initial results are out, showing that 84% said they were a lot more satisfied with life after receiving hormone treatment. 14% said a little more satisfied, and collectively less than 2% said that they were neither more or less satisfied or a little or a lot less satisfied. Collectively less than 2%. So yeah, this kind of fits in with a lot of what I've already seen, that even if we can produce reliable data showing that the level of regret is low, the satisfaction level is high, that trans people are well adjusted if we just account for their social needs, all of these things just end up kind of completely ignored by conservatives. They find ways to poke holes in it. They find new ways to disregard it. They're like, well, none of that information can be reliable because such and such, oh, the people were just too ashamed to say that they regretted it, so they just didn't even say that they regretted it. We recently looked at a study looking at all of the cases that had closed in a youth gender clinic in Perth, Australia. Like, so 552 of the cases closed, and like the overwhelming majority of those closed because they aged out and went to the adult health care. Like, only 20 some odd people were removed from the pool of trans people before like receiving medical care. And it just goes to show, yeah, like, and so there's no way for that study to have a lack of follow-up, like people refusing to say that they regretted it, because they were looking at like who left this clinic, who closed their account with this clinic. And of the 552, only 4 of them didn't have a conclusive reason for leaving. Anyway, go watch that video if you want to see some more detail about that. Oh, man. Yeah, there's nothing like dishonest data interpretation. Oh, God. I want to stretch. My back hurts. Look at that. We did 5 whole segments today. I did like 5 entire segments today. Bah. Copy paste this link. Excuse me. Leak. Okay. Yeah, stretchy Lux. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun because I clearly have some kind of connective tissue disorder, but also I am not flexible. Like, I do not have the hypermobility. Oh, some of my joints do. Like this one. Yeah, there's some hypermobility there. But like most of my other ones are not like that. I don't think I struggle with hypermobility for the most part. But yeah, my elbows are fucking weird. Do we have any final good things to say before we get out of here today? Do we have some positive posting we can do? Aside from just like, hell yeah, trans people are the best. I'm going to spend this week, doing work and preparing for my birthday. I say ooh woo. I say ooh woo, good sir. Ooh woo. Good day, sir. Ooh woo. Yeah. Trans people fucking rock. What's Joko 7? Hail hydrate. Oh, whoa. Trans people equals hot, sexy, cute. We didn't make it anywhere near the goal for flexing today. So I'm going to do it like this. Ooh, yes. So sexy, flexy. Anyway. All right. Well, I am ready to go eat. Oh my God, I'm so excited to eat. I'm so excited that you all came out to hang. You made this stream a success, a ringing success. Thank you to Shellbell for the 1 donation today. That was very helpful. And you can always check out the merch store, the throne, check out links for merch. I don't know. Did I already say merch? Patreon. Check the Patreon. Okay. Now I'm going to stop talking. All right. Much parasocial love, everybody. Be good. Don't get in trouble.